Story 1. My husband left me because my brother convinced him I was cheating, and the truth destroyed my family. There were no long conversations, no chances to defend myself. He just came home one day, threw divorce papers on the table, and told me he had proof. Proof that would destroy me in court if I tried to fight it. I begged him to talk to me, to at least tell me what he thought I had done, but he refused to speak without lawyers present. My brother had been his best friend since college. They were inseparable, and apparently that bond meant more than 6 years of marriage to me. The whole thing felt surreal. One day I had a husband, a family, a life I had carefully built over 6 years. The next day I had nothing but accusations and abandoned phone calls. My parents believed my brother immediately, without question, without hesitation. They always did. He was the golden child, the one who could do no wrong, the son they had always wanted more than they wanted a daughter. I was just the daughter who had apparently brought shame to the family name. My phone blew up with messages from relatives I barely spoke to, cousins I saw once a year at holidays, aunts and uncles who had never shown much interest in my life before. All of them were suddenly very invested in expressing their disappointment in me, their disgust at what I had supposedly done. The messages were brutal in their certainty. Nobody asked for my side of the story. Nobody even paused to consider that maybe, just maybe, there was another explanation. They had their villain, and I was it. I tried reaching out to my husband through his sister, through mutual friends, through anyone who might listen and actually hear me. But my brother had done his work well, meticulously laying groundwork I hadn't even known existed. Everyone believed I had been unfaithful, that I had betrayed a good man who loved me, that I was exactly the kind of person who would destroy a marriage for selfish reasons. The isolation was suffocating in a way I had never experienced before. I stopped going to work because I couldn't face the pitying looks from coworkers who had heard rumors. The whispers that stopped when I entered a room, the way people avoided making eye contact with me in the hallways. I stopped leaving my apartment entirely after a few weeks of that torture. The depression crept in slowly at first, like water seeping under a door. Then all at once it rushed in like a flood until I was spending entire days in bed, unable to find a reason to get up, unable to see a future that was worth living for. The divorce went through quickly, and I was too broken to fight. I signed everything they put in front of me. I didn't care about the house or the savings account or any of it. I just wanted the nightmare to end, though some part of me knew it never really would. The thoughts got darker as the months went on. I found myself standing on my balcony for long periods, looking down at the street below, wondering if anyone would even care if I wasn't here anymore. Probably not. They all thought I was a cheater anyway. Maybe they would just say I couldn't live with the guilt. I don't know what made me call her. We had been best friends in college but had drifted apart after I got married and she moved 3 states away for work. Maybe it was because she was far enough removed from everything that she wouldn't have heard the rumors. Maybe I just needed to hear one friendly voice before I did something I couldn't take back. She answered on the second ring, and I broke down completely. I couldn't even form words, just sobbed into the phone while she kept saying my name, asking what was wrong, telling me to breathe. She drove 11 hours straight to get to me, barely stopping except for gas. When she arrived at my apartment and saw the state I was in, she didn't ask questions or demand explanations. She just packed my things, loaded them into her car, and took me home with her like I was a wounded animal that needed rescuing. Those first 2 months on her couch were a blur of darkness punctuated by small moments of light. She worked from home most days just to keep an eye on me. In the mornings, she would sit on the edge of the couch and say, "Okay, today we're going to brush your teeth." Just that, nothing else. And I would cry because even it felt impossible. But she would wait, patient and unwavering, until I did it. The next day it would be brushing teeth and taking a shower, then brushing teeth, showering, and eating something. Baby steps that felt like climbing mountains. She found me a therapist who specialized in trauma and depression. The first session, I sat there for 45 minutes without speaking. The therapist didn't push, just said, "That's okay. We have time." My friend drove me to every single appointment for months, waited in the parking lot, and never once complained about the time it took from her own life. She sat with me through the worst panic attacks, the ones where I couldn't breathe and was convinced I was dying. She held me while I cried for hours, soaking her shirt with tears and snot, and never once made me feel like a burden even though I absolutely was one. One night, around week 7, we were watching some mindless show on television when I laughed at something stupid one of the characters said. It was the first time I had laughed in months. She looked at me with tears in her eyes and said, "There you are. I was worried I'd lost you." That was when I realized I wanted to survive, not just exist, but actually live again. Without her, I wouldn't have survived that year. I'm certain of that. I would have given in to those dark thoughts, would have taken the easy way out, would have let my brother's lies be the final word on my life. She saved me in the most literal sense possible. The therapist helped me understand that I needed to start over completely. Staying in the same city where everyone knew the false version of my story wasn't healthy. I needed space from all of it. So I found a small apartment 20 minutes from my friend's place and started rebuilding from nothing. The first year was the hardest. I got a job at a small marketing firm where nobody knew my history. On my first day, someone asked if I was married, and I froze. I hadn't prepared for that question. "Divorced," I finally said, and left it at that. The panic attacks still came, usually at night when I was alone. Sometimes triggered by nothing at all, sometimes by seeing a couple holding hands on the street. Year 2, things got incrementally better. I made a friend at work, someone who invited me to happy hour and didn't push when I said no the first dozen times. Eventually I said yes. We went to a bar, and I had exactly one drink before the anxiety became too much and I had to leave. But I had gone. That felt like progress. My therapist celebrated these small victories with me. "You showed up," she would say. "That's what matters." By year 3, I was sleeping through most nights without nightmares. I had joined a book club that met at the library. I was cooking real meals instead of surviving on delivery food. I started going to the gym not to look a certain way, but because the endorphins helped with the depression. I was functioning, not thriving, but functioning. Some days I even felt something approaching happiness. Year 4 was when I finally felt like I could breathe again. I got promoted at work. I hosted a small dinner party at my apartment, just 4 people, but it was the first time I had felt comfortable enough to have people in my space. My friend came, the one who had saved my life, and when she hugged me goodbye, she whispered, "Look at you. I'm so proud of you." And I was proud too. I had survived. I had rebuilt. I thought I had finally left that chapter of my life behind me. I was wrong. The knock on my door came on a Tuesday evening in late September. I wasn't expecting anyone, and when I looked through the peephole, I almost didn't recognize the man standing there. My ex-husband looked like he hadn't slept in weeks, maybe months. His eyes were red and swollen. His hair was a mess, uncombed and too long, and he was visibly shaking as he stood in the hallway. For a moment, I just stood there with my hand on the doorknob, completely frozen in time. Part of me wanted to pretend I wasn't home, to let him stand there until he gave up and left. Part of me wanted to open the door just so I could slam it in his face with all the force I could muster. But curiosity won out, as it so often does. After 4 years of silence, after building an entire new life without him, what could he possibly want? What could be so important that he had tracked down my new address and showed up unannounced? I opened the door but didn't invite him in. He looked at me with such desperate sadness that I almost felt sorry for him. Almost. Then I remembered what he had done to me, how quickly he had believed the lies, how he had refused to even hear my side of the story. Any sympathy I might have felt evaporated instantly. He started crying before he even spoke, just standing there on my doorstep, tears streaming down his face in the harsh fluorescent light of the apartment hallway, trying to form words through sobs. "I know," he finally managed to say. "I know the truth. I know you didn't. God, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. You need to leave," I said, my voice flat. "Please just listen. Your brother, he confessed everything. He lied. He made it all up. You were telling the truth, and I didn't believe you, and His voice broke completely. "I said leave. I never stopped loving you. I never moved on. I can't. I need you to know that I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I felt vindication wash over me. Someone finally believed me. Then came the rage. Where were you when I needed you? My voice was cold, controlled. Where were you when I was alone and broken? When I wanted to die? I didn't know. You didn't want to know. You chose to believe my brother over me. Your best friend over your wife. You didn't even try to hear my side. I know, and I hate myself for it. Please, just give me a chance to explain what happened. No, please, get off my doorstep. Don't come back here. But he didn't stop. Over the next few days, my phone exploded with messages from different numbers. He was using other people's phones, creating new accounts, doing anything he could to get through to me. I blocked every single one. Then other family members started reaching out, too. People who hadn't spoken to me in 4 years suddenly wanted to talk. My cousin sent a long message about family and forgiveness. My aunt called 3 times in one day. Even my father, who had disowned me completely after the divorce, sent a brief text asking if we could meet. I ignored all of them. They had made their choice and I had made mine. I didn't owe them anything. My friend, the one who had saved my life, suggested I might want to meet with my ex-husband at least once. Not to reconcile, she clarified quickly when she saw my face, but to get answers. To understand exactly what had happened so I could have real closure instead of just questions. I hated the idea at first. The thought of sitting across from him and rehashing everything made me feel physically ill. But she had a point. Part of me did need to know. Not for him, for me. The truth came out in pieces. My brother's fiancée had found messages between him and our mother. Not recent ones, but from years ago. Our mother had known about the lie from the beginning and helped him keep the secret. When his fiancée discovered these messages and confronted him, everything fell apart. He confessed. She ended their engagement, then told the rest of the family. Now the whole family wanted forgiveness. Not because they genuinely felt remorse for what they had done to me. They wanted me to forgive everyone so my brother's relationship could be saved. His fiancée had left him, and the extended family had turned their backs on him once they learned what he had done. My parents were desperate to fix things, to make it all go away so their son wouldn't be alone. The audacity of it was stunning. After 4 years of silence, after letting me suffer through hell without a single word of support, they wanted me to be the bigger person. They wanted me to save the brother who had destroyed my life. My friend helped me piece together the full story from what my ex-husband told me and what I learned from other sources. My brother had been dating someone a few years before all this happened. She had cheated on him and it had devastated him. Instead of dealing with his trauma in a healthy way, he had developed this twisted hatred, this need to make someone else feel the pain he had felt. He had looked at me and my husband, seeing how happy we were, and decided we were the perfect targets for his revenge. It was calculated, methodical, and absolutely evil, and our mother had helped him do it. When my friend suggested I meet with my ex-husband one more time, I almost said no. But she pointed out that I might have legal options. That what my brother had done wasn't just morally wrong, it might actually be criminal. The idea hadn't occurred to me before. I had been so focused on just surviving, on getting through each day, that I hadn't considered the possibility of actual justice. But once the seed was planted, I couldn't stop thinking about it. My brother had deliberately destroyed my marriage, my reputation, my mental health, and very nearly my life. And he was just going to walk away from that? I agreed to meet with my ex-husband one time. I chose a coffee shop in a public place where I felt safe. When he arrived, I didn't smile or try to make small talk. I told him exactly why I was there. I needed to understand the full scope of what my brother had done so I could decide my next steps. He seemed almost relieved that I had a practical purpose for the meeting, like it took some of the emotional pressure off. He ordered coffee for both of us, even though I hadn't asked for any. And then he started talking. The story he told was worse than I had imagined. My brother had created a fake social media profile pretending to be someone I was supposedly having an affair with. This profile sent messages to my ex-husband containing intimate details about my daily routine, things only someone close to me would know. Because my brother was family, he had access to that information. He knew when I went to the gym, what time I got home from work, what I ordered at my favorite restaurant. He used all of it to make the fake profile seem credible. But he didn't stop there. He had also hacked into my social media accounts months earlier. I had left my phone unlocked at my parents' house during a family dinner, and he had taken the opportunity to get my passwords. Using those accounts, he sent messages to the fake profile as if they were from me, arranging meetings, saying things I would never say. Then he deleted the conversations from my side, but kept screenshots that he sent to other people as proof. My ex-husband showed me everything on his phone. The messages, the photos that had been manipulated to look incriminating, all of it. I sat there staring at the evidence of my brother's betrayal, trying to process how someone could be this deliberately cruel to their own sister. The level of premeditation was staggering. He had planned this for months, carefully constructing a narrative that would be impossible for me to disprove. When my husband confronted me with what he thought was evidence of my affair, I genuinely had no idea what he was talking about. Of course, I denied it, but because my brother had deleted everything from my accounts, I couldn't prove my innocence. It just looked like I was lying and had covered my tracks. What made everything even worse, impossibly worse, was learning about our mother's role in all of this. She had known the truth for years. My brother had told her what he had done, probably seeking validation or absolution, or maybe just bragging about his successful manipulation. And instead of forcing him to come clean, instead of doing the right thing, she had actively helped him maintain a lie. She had stood there at family gatherings, had looked me directly in the eye knowing full well I was innocent, and had let everyone continue to believe I was a cheater and a homewrecker. She had participated in conversations about my supposed infidelity, had expressed disappointment in me to other relatives, had played the role of the devastated mother whose daughter had brought shame to the family, all while knowing none of it was true. The betrayal from my brother was horrific and deeply painful, but the betrayal from my mother was somehow worse, cut deeper, hurt in ways I'm still trying to process. She was supposed to protect me. She was supposed to be on my side. Instead, she had chosen to protect my brother from the consequences of his deliberate, calculated actions. When my ex-husband finished explaining everything, he looked at me with such desperate hope. He asked if there was any chance, any possibility at all that we could try again, that we could rebuild what we had lost. I almost laughed at the absurdity of it. Did he really think that after everything, after he had abandoned me so quickly and completely, I would just take him back? I told him the truth as clearly as I could. Even if I could somehow forgive him for not trusting me, for not fighting harder to hear my side of the story, I could never forget. I could never look at him without remembering how easily he had thrown away 6 years of marriage based on lies from my brother. We were done. We had been done for 4 years. Nothing was going to change that. But I did thank him for the information, and I told him I would need everything he had, every message, every screenshot, every piece of evidence my brother had sent him, because I was going to make my brother pay for what he had done, and I was going to need all the proof I could get. Finding a lawyer who specialized in this kind of case took some time and considerable effort. Most of the attorneys I spoke with initially weren't sure if I had a viable case at all. What my brother had done was clearly morally wrong, obviously reprehensible, but proving damages in a civil case can be complicated and expensive. They warned me about the costs, about the emotional toll, about the possibility of losing and being responsible for court fees. Finally, after weeks of consultations, I found someone who understood exactly what I was trying to do and genuinely believed we could win. Her name was Patricia, a woman in her 50s who had handled similar cases involving defamation and intentional infliction of emotional distress. "Tell me everything," she said in our first meeting. "And I mean everything. Don't leave anything out because you think it's not important or too embarrassing." So I did. I told her about the fake messages, the hacked accounts, the photographs my brother had manipulated, about standing on my balcony contemplating jumping, about losing everything, my marriage, my family, my sense of self. She listened without interrupting, taking notes. When I finished, she looked up at me and said, "We're going to make him pay for this, legally, methodically, and thoroughly. Can we actually win? With what you've described, yes. Defamation, fraud, intentional infliction of emotional distress. The fact that he created false evidence and used it to destroy your reputation gives us a strong case. The fact that your ex-husband kept all the evidence makes it even stronger. How long will it take? A year, maybe more. Civil cases move slowly, but we'll get there. We spent hours going through everything, documenting it all meticulously, building the case piece by piece like assembling a puzzle where every piece represented another layer of my brother's deception. The lawyer confirmed what I had hoped. I had grounds to sue my brother for defamation, emotional distress, and fraud. The fact that he had deliberately created false evidence and used it to destroy my marriage and reputation gave me a strong case. When I told my ex-husband what I was planning, he immediately offered to serve as a witness. He said he wanted to help, that he owed me at least that much. I wasn't sure if his motivation was genuine guilt or if he thought helping me might somehow win him back into my good graces, but I didn't care. His testimony would be crucial, so I accepted his offer. Around this time, I started receiving more support from an unexpected source. There was a guy I worked with named Owen who had always been friendly but professional. We occasionally had lunch together in the break room and made small talk about work projects. One day, I mentioned in passing that I was dealing with some family legal issues, and he told me he had gone through something similar a few years earlier. My uncle embezzled from my parents' business, he said, then tried to turn the whole family against them when they pressed charges. It was brutal. Took 3 years to resolve. How did you get through it? Therapy, distance, and eventually accepting that some people are just toxic, even when they're family. He paused. If you ever need to talk, I'm here. No pressure, no judgment. I appreciated that he didn't pry. Most people, when they hear about drama, want to know everything. He just offered quiet support without expectations. When I officially filed the lawsuit, things at work got complicated. My parents showed up one day, causing a scene in the lobby that security had to break up. Owen was there. He didn't ask what happened, just brought me coffee and said, "Rough day." The roughest. Want to grab dinner after work? Sometimes it helps to get out of your own head for a while. I hesitated. I'm not in a place for anything romantic. Neither am I, he said with a small smile. I just got out of a long relationship myself. I'm talking dinner as friends, no ulterior motives. So we went to a small Italian place where the food was good, and the atmosphere was casual. We talked about everything except my lawsuit and his recent breakup. Movies, books, the hiking trail he had discovered last weekend, my failed attempts at learning to cook anything more complex than pasta. You laughed, he said at one point. What? Just now. You laughed. It's nice. You should do it more often. I realized he was right. I had laughed genuinely for the first time in months. When he drove me home that night, I felt something I hadn't felt in years. Lightness. Not happiness exactly, but the possibility of it. We started having dinner once a week, sometimes twice. He never pushed for more, never made me feel like he was waiting for me to be ready for something I couldn't give. One night, about 2 months into our friendship, I told him everything. The whole story. The lies, the betrayal, the standing on the balcony, the lawsuit. He listened without interrupting, and when I finished, he just said, "I'm glad you're still here. The world's better with you in it." That was when I knew he was different. When I officially filed the lawsuit against my brother, my parents completely lost their minds. My phone rang constantly with calls from both of them, which I didn't answer. They showed up at my workplace, which was mortifying. Security had to escort them out while my coworkers watched. They sent emails, letters, even had other relatives contact me on their behalf. The message was always the same. I needed to drop the lawsuit. I was tearing the family apart. My brother was fragile, mentally unwell, couldn't handle the stress of a court case. They made him sound like a victim of his own circumstances rather than someone who had deliberately orchestrated my destruction. I finally responded to one of my mother's messages. I wrote her a long email detailing exactly what her precious son had done to me. I reminded her that when I was at my lowest point, when I was genuinely suicidal, none of them had cared. My own mother had known I was innocent and had let me suffer anyway. I told her about the nights I spent on my balcony, seriously considering jumping, about the months I spent unable to leave my apartment because the depression was so crushing, about how I had lost everything. My husband, my family, my home, my reputation, my sense of self-worth because of a lie she had helped perpetuate. And now she wanted me to show mercy to my brother? Now she wanted me to think about the family? I hit send before I could second-guess myself, and then I blocked her email address, too. A week later, on a Friday night when I was trying to have a quiet evening at home, my parents showed up at my apartment with my brother in tow. They pounded on my door for what felt like hours, but was probably only 20 or 30 minutes. I stood on the other side, listening to them beg and plead and eventually yell. My brother barely said anything that I could hear. My mother kept insisting that I just needed to hear him out, that he was sorry, genuinely sorry, that he'd made a terrible mistake, but didn't deserve to have his entire life ruined over it. A mistake she actually called deliberately destroying my life, pushing me to the edge of suicide, and maintaining the lie for years a mistake. Like he had accidentally bumped into someone on the sidewalk or forgotten to return a phone call. I waited until they finally left, until I heard their footsteps fade down the hallway and the building's front door slam shut. And then I called my lawyer with shaking hands. She advised me to file for a restraining order immediately, which I did the very next morning. The whole situation had gone from painful to genuinely scary, and I needed legal protection. The legal process moved slowly, which my lawyer had warned me about from the start. Courts are never as fast as you want them to be, especially in civil cases. But things were happening behind the scenes that I only learned about later. My father had discovered that my mother had known the truth all along. Up until that point, he had been defending my brother because he genuinely believed my brother had made an error in judgment, had misunderstood something, had tried to protect his friend in a misguided way. Learning that both his wife and son had deliberately lied to him for years was apparently his breaking point. He filed for separation, not divorce immediately, but legal separation. He moved into a hotel and stopped returning my mother's calls. My brother's defense attorney tried every tactic they could think of to get the case dismissed or to make me look like I was exaggerating for financial gain. They brought in a psychiatrist who testified that my brother had been suffering from undiagnosed trauma related to his previous relationship's infidelity. They tried to paint him as someone who had been in genuine psychological distress and hadn't fully understood the consequences of his actions. It was a manipulation attempt trying to make the jury feel sorry for him instead of me. My lawyer was ready for it. We had our own expert witnesses, and we had something their side couldn't explain away. The messages between my brother and my mother proving that he knew exactly what he was doing and that she had helped him cover it up. During this period, my coworker's quiet support slowly became something more meaningful, though neither of us acknowledged it directly at first. He never pushed, never made any kind of move that would have felt inappropriate given what I was going through, but he was there consistently and reliably. When I had to miss work for court dates and legal consultations, he covered for me with our boss without me even having to ask. When I came back to the office looking stressed and exhausted, dark circles under my eyes from sleepless nights, he would leave a coffee on my desk without saying anything, just the way I liked it. Eventually, we started having longer conversations during lunch breaks and after work. He told me about his own experience with family betrayal, how an uncle had embezzled money from his parents' business and then tried to turn the family against them when they pressed charges. He talked about how he had eventually cut contact with certain relatives and how difficult but necessary that decision had been for his mental health. I found myself opening up to him in ways I hadn't with anyone except my therapist and my best friend. It felt natural, easy, like talking to someone who actually understood without needing everything explained. I wasn't looking for a relationship. I wasn't ready for that. Wasn't sure I would ever be ready again. But I was grateful for his presence in my life, for the normalcy he represented. One evening after a particularly grueling deposition, he asked if I wanted to grab dinner. Not as a date, he clarified. Just as friends, just to get out of our heads for a while. I said yes. We went to a small restaurant and talked about everything except the lawsuit. Movies, books, places we wanted to travel, stupid stories from our childhoods. It was the most normal I had felt in months. When he drove me home that night, I realized I was smiling. Actually smiling genuinely, for the first time in what felt like forever. He walked me to my door, told me he was proud of how I was handling everything, and left. No pressure, no expectations, just kindness. My lawyer finally tracked down my brother's ex-girlfriend, the one whose infidelity had supposedly triggered his breakdown. Getting her to agree to testify was tricky. She didn't want to be dragged into a lawsuit that had nothing to do with her. But when my lawyer explained the full situation, how my brother had used his relationship with her as justification for destroying an innocent person's life, she changed her mind. She agreed to give a deposition and, if necessary, testify in court. What she revealed during that deposition was devastating to my brother's defense. And I wasn't even surprised. The day she testified in court was the turning point of the entire case. I remember every detail of that morning. The courtroom was smaller than I expected, wood-paneled and formal. My brother sat at the defense table in an ill-fitting suit, his lawyer whispering urgently in his ear. My mother sat in the gallery behind him, her face set in a hard expression of defiance. My father sat on the opposite side, alone. When the ex-girlfriend was called to the stand, I felt my heart rate spike. She walked in looking nervous but determined, her heels clicking against the tile floor. My brother's attorney had clearly not expected her to show up. You could see the panic flash across his face when the clerk called her name. She was sworn in, took her seat, and Patricia began the questioning. Can you describe the nature of your relationship with the defendant? We dated for 2 years. It was complicated, toxic. Really? In what way? We both cheated on each other multiple times. He cheated first, I retaliated. Then it just became this cycle of hurting each other. My brother's attorney shot to his feet. Objection, Your Honor. The witness's relationship with my client is not. It goes directly to the defense's claim that my client's brother was a traumatized victim of infidelity. Patricia interrupted smoothly. Overruled, the judge said. Continue. Patricia turned back to the witness. You said he cheated first? Yes, multiple times with multiple women. I found out about 6 months in. Instead of leaving, I did the same thing. It was stupid and vindictive, but I was 23 and thought that's what love looked like. Did the defendant ever exhibit manipulative behavior during your relationship? Constantly. She shifted in her seat, her voice gaining strength. He would lie to my friends about me, tell them I was unstable or cheating when I wasn't. He created fake social media accounts to message me as other people to see how I'd respond. One time he pretended to be a guy hitting on me just to see if I would flirt back. When I did, because I thought it was a stranger, he used it as proof that I couldn't be trusted. The courtroom was absolutely silent. I watched my brother sink lower in his chair, his face pale. So, this pattern of creating false evidence and manipulating others to destroy relationships, this is consistent with behavior you witnessed from him? Objection. Sustained. Rephrase. Did you witness the defendant creating false evidence to damage relationships? Yes. He did it to me, to my friends, to anyone who he felt threatened by or wanted to control. My brother's attorney tried desperately to discredit her during cross-examination, suggesting she was bitter about their breakup, implying she was exaggerating. But it was too late. The damage was done. The jury had seen through the fiction of my brother as a heartbroken victim. They saw him for what he really was. My brother's former fiancée also testified, which surprised me. I hadn't expected her to get involved beyond providing the initial evidence. But she showed up and told the court about the conversations she had found between my brother and our mother. She read excerpts from those messages in which my brother explicitly admitted to fabricating evidence against me, in which our mother advised him on how to maintain the lie, how to keep the family on his side, how to make sure I stayed isolated and discredited. Hearing those words read aloud in court made me feel physically sick. My own mother had strategized about how to keep me suffering. The judge was clearly not impressed with my brother's defense. When his attorney tried to argue that my brother's mental health issues should be considered as a mitigating factor in the damages, the judge actually cut him off. Mental health struggles, the judge said, do not excuse deliberately destroying another person's life through calculated lies and manipulation. If anything, the premeditated nature of what my brother had done made it worse, not better. The fact that he had maintained the lie for years, had involved other family members in the deception, had watched his sister's life fall apart and done nothing to stop it. All of that spoke to someone who knew exactly what he was doing and didn't care about the consequences. When the verdict came back in my favor, I didn't feel the triumph I had expected. I felt exhausted, validated, certainly. The court had officially recognized that I had been wronged, that my brother had committed real and measurable harm against me. Patricia leaned over and squeezed my hand. We did it. I looked across the courtroom. My brother sat motionless, his face blank. My mother was crying quietly. My father caught my eye and nodded once, acknowledgement, maybe respect. Owen was there in the back row. He had taken off work to be there for the verdict. My best friend sat beside him, the woman who had saved my life. She was crying too, but smiling. Outside the courthouse, my ex-husband was waiting. I hadn't seen him since he had testified weeks earlier. He looked different, lighter somehow, like he had set down a weight he'd been carrying. Congratulations, he said quietly. You deserve this. Thank you for testifying. It was the least I could do. He paused. I'm seeing someone, a therapist, trying to figure out why I was so quick to believe the worst of you, why I didn't fight harder. That's good. I know we can't. I know there's no going back. But I needed you to know that I'm sorry, truly sorry, and I'm going to spend the rest of my life being better than the man who failed you. I nodded. I hope you do. He walked away then, and I watched him go. That chapter was finally, definitively closed. The judge awarded me $35,000 in damages. My lawyer explained that while it might not sound like a huge amount compared to some lawsuits, it was actually quite significant for this type of civil case. More importantly, it was an amount that would be difficult for my brother to pay, especially since he didn't have substantial assets or savings. The court immediately placed liens on his accounts and property to ensure payment. The extended family's reaction was swift and brutal. Once the verdict was public knowledge, relatives who had previously defended my brother turned on him completely. His reputation was destroyed in a way that mine had been 4 years earlier, except this time the destruction was deserved. Cousins deleted him from social media. Aunts and uncles stopped inviting him to family events. The family group chat that I had been removed from years ago apparently exploded with people expressing their disgust at what he had done. Some of them reached out to me to apologize, but their apologies felt hollow. They were sorry now that a court had told them I was telling the truth. Where were they when I needed them? My parents were the only ones who continued to stand by my brother. My mother especially. She doubled down, insisting that everyone was being too harsh, that my brother had made mistakes but was still family, that I was being vindictive and cruel by taking money from him. My father tried to reach out several times after the verdict. Texts, emails, even a letter sent to my workplace. I ignored the first few attempts, but one evening about 3 weeks after the trial ended, he showed up at the coffee shop where I sometimes worked on my laptop. May I sit? He asked. I looked up from my screen. He had aged since I last saw him up close. More gray hair, deeper lines around his eyes. I gestured to the empty chair across from me. I'm not here to ask for forgiveness, he said immediately. I don't deserve it. I just wanted you to know that I filed for divorce. It's final next month. I heard. She chose him. Even after everything came out, even after what he did to you, she chose to protect him. I couldn't stay married to someone who would do that to their own child. You chose him too, I said quietly. When it mattered. I did. And I'll regret that for the rest of my life. His voice broke slightly. I believed the lie because it was easier than believing my son was capable of something so evil. That doesn't excuse it. Nothing excuses it. But I want you to know I see you now. I see what happened to you, and I'm horrified that I wasn't there when you needed me. Thank you for testifying, I said. It was all I could offer. It was the right thing to do. Several years too late, but still the right thing. He stood to leave. I'm not asking to be part of your life. I know I lost that right, but if you ever decide you want to talk, my door is open. No pressure, no expectations. Just, the offer is there. I watched him walk away. I didn't know if I would ever take him up on that offer. Maybe someday when the wounds weren't so fresh, or maybe never. The choice was mine now, and that felt like enough. Watching the money transfer into my account felt surreal. $35,000. It was significant enough to change my immediate financial situation, to give me a cushion I had never had before. But the real value wasn't in the money itself. It was in what the money represented. Official recognition that I had been wronged, legal validation that what was done to me was serious and harmful and deserved compensation. For 4 years, I had carried the weight of everyone thinking I was a liar and a cheater. Now I had a court document stating clearly that I had been a victim, not the perpetrator. That was worth more than any dollar amount. Owen and I moved in together 8 months after the trial. It wasn't always easy. I still had moments of panic, days when the past came rushing back. But he was patient. On my bad days, he would hold me and remind me that I was safe. You know what I realized? He said one night while we were cooking dinner together. What? You're the strongest person I know. Not because nothing bad happened to you, but because everything bad happened and you're still here, still fighting, still building a life. A year after moving in together, he proposed. Simple, no big production. Just the two of us on our couch on a random Tuesday. I don't need an answer right away, he said. I just need you to know that I want forever with you. Whenever you're ready. I said yes. 3 months later, we got married at the courthouse with just my best friend and his parents present. No big wedding, no family drama. Just two people who chose each other building something real. My best friend, the woman who had saved my life 4 years ago, remained my anchor through everything. She had been there for the worst moments and for the moments of triumph. She celebrated the lawsuit victory with me, helped me process the complicated emotions that came with it, and reminded me regularly that I was stronger than I thought. She was the sister I should have had, the family member who actually showed up when it mattered. I told her frequently that I owed her my life, and she always brushed it off, saying that's just what friends do. But it wasn't what friends do. It was what exceptional human beings do, and I would never stop being grateful that she was in my life. Looking back now, I can see how far I've come. That version of me standing on the balcony seems like a different person entirely. The path from there to here was long and painful, but I didn't give up. I kept choosing life even when it was hard. The money sits in savings, mostly untouched. I keep it there as a reminder of what I survived and overcame. I still think sometimes about what might have been, but then I remember when I needed him most, he wasn't there. He chose to believe my brother without even trying to hear my side. Some things once broken can't be fixed. My brother tried to contact me a few times after the verdict. I blocked every attempt. I heard he's struggling financially. His fiancée never took him back. Most of the family wants nothing to do with him. He's not worth my emotional energy anymore. My mother continues to stand by him, blames me for everything. She's made her bed. There are moments when I'm caught off guard by grief, not for the people I lost, but for what could have been with a different family. A brother who protected me, a mother who chose truth, parents who loved unconditionally. That's the loss I mourn sometimes. My current partner knows all of this about me. I told him everything early on because I didn't want any secrets between us. I needed him to understand why I was the way I was, why I had trust issues, why I sometimes pulled away when things got too intense. He listened to the whole story without judgment, and when I was done, he just held me and told me he was glad I had survived. That's when I knew he was different. He didn't try to fix me or tell me I should forgive my family, or any of that useless advice people love to give. He just accepted me as I was, damaged and all. We talk about the future sometimes, what we want from life, where we want to be in 5 or 10 years. I'm careful not to make promises I might not be able to keep. I've learned the hard way that life can change in an instant, that things you think are solid can crumble without warning. But I'm hopeful in a way I haven't been in a long time. I can see possibilities now instead of just obstacles. That's progress. My best friend jokes that she's going to be the maid of honor at my wedding someday, and I always laugh and tell her not to get ahead of herself. But secretly, I like imagining that future. A wedding where the people in attendance actually care about me, actually showed up when it mattered. A family built on choice instead of blood. Sometimes the family you make is better than the family you're born into. I'm living proof of that. The strangers who followed my story online, the ones who sent supportive messages and words of encouragement during the lawsuit, made a bigger difference than they probably realized. On my darkest days, I would read through those messages and remember that people I had never met believed in me and wanted me to succeed. It helped more than I can adequately express. So to anyone reading this who offered kind words or just quietly rooted for me, thank you. You helped save my life too. I'm not going to pretend that everything is perfect now. I still have anxiety about trusting people. I still have moments when the depression threatens to pull me under. I still wake up sometimes from nightmares about that period of my life when everything fell apart. But those moments are becoming less frequent. The good days outnumber the bad ones now. I'm building something real and lasting, and I'm doing it on my own terms with people who genuinely care about me. That's more than I ever thought I would have again. The legal victory was important, but it wasn't the end of my healing journey. If anything, it was just another step along the way. Justice doesn't erase trauma. It doesn't undo years of pain, but it helps. It helps to have the record set straight, to have official validation that you weren't crazy, weren't lying, weren't the problem. It helps to know that the person who hurt you faced real consequences. Not perfect consequences, maybe not even sufficient consequences, but real ones nonetheless. That has to be enough because it's all I'm going to get. I've thought about writing all of this down properly someday, maybe even publishing it. Not for revenge or to publicly shame anyone, but because I think there are other people out there who have experienced family betrayal and might benefit from knowing they're not alone. That it's possible to survive it, to rebuild, to find happiness again even when it seems impossible. If sharing my story could help even one person feel less alone or give them hope, it would be worth it. For now, though, I'm focused on the present. On my job that I actually enjoy. On my partner who treats me with kindness and respect. On my best friend who remains my rock through everything. On my therapist who continues to help me process all of this. On building a life that feels authentic and true to who I am now, not who I was before everything happened. That version of me is gone, and I've made peace with that. The person I am now is stronger, more resilient, and far less willing to accept mistreatment from anyone. That's not a bad trait. So here I am, 5 years after my world fell apart, finally feeling like I'm standing on solid ground again. The journey was brutal. There were moments I didn't think I would survive. But I did survive, and more than that, I've actually built something good from the ashes of what was destroyed. My brother tried to ruin my life, and in many ways he succeeded. But he didn't destroy me. I'm still here. I'm still fighting, and I'm finally genuinely okay. That's my story. It's messy and painful, and not the triumphant tale of complete victory that people sometimes want to hear. But it's real. It's mine, and I'm proud of myself for living through it and coming out the other side. If you're going through something similar, if someone you trusted has betrayed you in a way that feels impossible to overcome, please know that it does get better. Not quickly, not easily, but eventually. Hold on. Keep fighting. Find your people and let them help you. And never let anyone make you believe that you deserved what happened to you. You didn't. You never did. I don't know what the future holds. Maybe my current relationship will last, maybe it won't. Maybe I'll reconcile with my father someday. Maybe I won't. Maybe I'll have kids and build the kind of family I wish I had grown up in. Or maybe I'll decide that's not for me. The not knowing used to terrify me. Now I find it almost comforting because it means anything is possible. The story isn't over yet, and I get to decide how the next chapters go. No one else. Just me. And that, more than anything else, is what I fought for. The right to write my own story instead of living inside someone else's lie. I won that fight. Not perfectly, not without scars, but I won. And I'm going to keep winning one day at a time for the rest of my life. Now on to the next story. Story 2. I gave all my money to my parents to throw an unforgettable party for my son. But when I arrived at the hall, the party was for my spoiled older brother. Before continuing the story, let us know in the comments which city you're watching from. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Hit the notification bell so you won't miss more stories and leave your like on the video. I never thought I'd be raising my daughter alone at 34, but here we are. My name is Vanessa, and life has a funny way of stripping away everything you thought was permanent. When my ex-husband walked out 3 years ago, he didn't just leave me. He abandoned our 4-year-old daughter without a backward glance. No explanation, no child support, just gone. I remember standing in our half-empty apartment, holding her tiny hand while she asked when Daddy was coming home. I had no answer then, and I still don't have one that makes sense, but I refused to let his abandonment define us. I worked my way up to logistics manager at a mid-sized distribution company, and I'm damn good at what I do. The pay is decent enough to keep us comfortable in our 2-bedroom apartment. And my daughter has everything she needs. Clothes, toys, a good school. She's 7 now, and watching her grow into this sweet, thoughtful little person makes every overtime shift worth it. What doesn't make it worth it is my family. Specifically, my parents and their golden child, my younger brother. I've known since childhood that I was the responsible one, the dependable daughter who didn't need attention or praise. My brother, though, he's always been the star of every family gathering. The one whose dreams matter, whose failures are just temporary setbacks that require everyone else's sacrifice. When I was 16 and saving for college, they bought him a professional camera for his artistic journey. When I was 23 and working 2 jobs to pay off student loans, they funded his trip to Europe to find himself. The pattern never changed. I was expected to be self-sufficient while he was encouraged to chase every whim. 2 years ago, things got worse. My brother decided he wanted to study fashion design at one of those expensive private schools that charge more per semester than most people make in 6 months. The tuition alone is crushing, nearly $40,000 a year. When my parents couldn't cover it entirely, guess who they called? My mother used that special tone she reserves for guilt trips, explaining how this was his big opportunity, how he'd finally found his calling, how family helps family. I wanted to say no. God, I wanted to say no, but the pressure was relentless. My father called it investing in his future. My mother said I was being selfish, that I made good money and could afford it. They never asked about my daughter's future. Never considered that I might want to save for her education or our security. The unspoken rule was clear. My needs, our needs, would always come second to whatever my brother wanted. So I agreed. I've been paying $12,000 a year for his fancy design school. $12,000 that could be in my daughter's college fund. $12,000 that could be our emergency savings. Instead, it's funding my brother's designer sketch pads and fabric samples while he posts pictures on social media of his creative process at trendy coffee shops. And has he thanked me? Not once. Last month, when I mentioned I couldn't afford to replace my aging car, he actually suggested I budget better while wearing a $300 jacket I'd indirectly paid for. My mother defended him, saying he's under a lot of stress with his studies. My father just shrugged as if my brother's entitlement was as natural as breathing. The worst part is watching my daughter notice the imbalance. Last Christmas, my parents showered my brother with expensive gifts. A new laptop, professional sewing equipment, gift cards. My daughter got a small toy and a card with $20. She didn't complain, but I saw the confusion in her eyes when my brother didn't even thank anyone. Just complained that the laptop wasn't the exact model he wanted. I lie awake some nights doing the math in my head. 2 years of payments, 1 more year until he graduates. Can I make it? Should I make it? The resentment builds like pressure in my chest, but I push it down because that's what I've always done. I'm the responsible one, the one who doesn't rock the boat, the one who sacrifices. But something's been shifting inside me lately. Maybe it's watching my daughter grow up and knowing I want better for her. Maybe it's the way my brother dismissed her last week when she showed him a drawing she'd made, barely glancing at it before returning to his phone. Maybe I'm just tired of being the family's ATM while being treated like an afterthought. I don't know what's going to break first, my bank account or my patience. But I can feel something coming, like a storm gathering on the horizon. For now, I keep my head down, work my shifts, and plan my daughter's 7th birthday party. At least there, I can create something beautiful just for her, where she's the center of attention for once, where someone in this family actually celebrates her existence. The idea came to me 3 months ago while watching my daughter at school pickup. She was standing apart from the other kids, clutching her backpack straps, looking small and uncertain. Then one of her friends called her name and I watched this transformation happen. Her face lit up, her shoulders relaxed, and suddenly she was laughing and animated. That's when I knew I had to do something extraordinary for her 7th birthday. My daughter is naturally shy. At home, she's quiet and thoughtful, content to color or read in her room. But around her small circle of school friends, she becomes this different kid. Confident, giggly, full of life. Those friendships are precious to her, and I wanted to celebrate that. More than that, I wanted to give her one day where she felt like the most important person in the world, because God knows my family never makes her feel that way. I started researching venues immediately. Most of the places in our area were either too expensive or too run down. Then I found Riverside Gardens, this beautiful event space with outdoor facilities that looked like something out of a magazine. They had a heated pool, a playground area with climbing structures, and a covered pavilion for food and cake. It was perfect. It was also expensive. The coordinator quoted me $5,000 for a Saturday afternoon package. $5,000. I sat in my car after that initial meeting, staring at the number written on their brochure. That was more than I'd ever spent on anything that wasn't rent or car payments. It was almost half of what I paid yearly for my brother's tuition. A thought that made my stomach turn. But then I thought about my daughter's face when she saw those friends. I thought about how she'd spent Christmas watching my brother get spoiled while she received almost nothing. I thought about how she never complained, never threw tantrums, never demanded attention. She deserved this. She deserved one perfect day that was entirely hers. So, I said yes to Riverside Gardens and started planning. I set up a separate savings account and began transferring money automatically from each paycheck. $50 here, $100 there. I stopped buying coffee at work and packed lunches every day. I skipped the small treats I usually allowed myself. No new clothes, no dinners out, no impulse purchases. Every penny went into that account, watching the balance slowly climb toward 5,000. The planning became my obsession. I spent my lunch breaks researching themes and decorations. My daughter loved butterflies, so I decided on a garden theme with purple and pink everywhere. I ordered custom invitations with delicate butterfly designs. I spent hours creating a guest list of her classmates and the few kids from our building she played with sometimes. The coordinator at Riverside Gardens was wonderful. She helped me design every detail. The 3-tier cake would be vanilla with strawberry filling, my daughter's favorite, decorated with edible butterflies and flowers. We'd have the pool area set up with floaties and water toys. The playground would have a temporary canopy for shade. There'd be a face painting station, a balloon artist, and a professional entertainer who did magic tricks and games. I hired a photographer, too, because I wanted to capture everything. Years from now, when my daughter looked back at these photos, I wanted her to remember feeling celebrated and loved. I wanted tangible proof that she mattered, that her happiness was worth investing in. The menu was another careful decision. I chose foods kids actually enjoy: mini pizzas, chicken tenders, fruit cups, veggie sticks with dip. Nothing fancy, just good food that would make the kids happy. And for the adults, because some parents would stay, I added sandwich platters and beverages. As the date approached, I watched my daughter's excitement build. She'd come home from school and update me on who'd RSVP'd yes. She drew pictures of what she thought the party would look like, filling pages with butterflies and swimming pools and smiling stick figures. At night, she'd ask me to tell her again about the 3-tier cake and the magic show. Her joy was infectious and heartbreaking at the same time, because I realized how rarely she asked for anything. 2 weeks before the party, I had my final meeting with the coordinator. We went over every detail: the timeline, the setup, the backup plan if it rained. She showed me photos of previous events they'd hosted, and each one looked magical. I signed the final contract and wrote the deposit check, feeling both excited and terrified. This was really happening. My savings account was nearly empty, but I didn't care. I'd eaten rice and beans for 2 months straight, and it was worth it. I'd watched my bank balance drop to scary levels, and it was worth it because in 3 days, my daughter would have the birthday party of her dreams. I didn't tell my family about the party details. My parents knew it was happening. They were invited, obviously, but I kept the specifics vague. Something in my gut told me not to advertise how much I was spending or how elaborate the plans were. Maybe I didn't want to hear my mother's criticism about being wasteful. Maybe I didn't want my brother knowing I could barely afford this while still paying for his school. Maybe I just wanted this one thing to be separate from their judgment and favoritism. The night before the party, I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed imagining my daughter's face when she walked into Riverside Gardens and saw everything I'd created for her. I pictured her swimming with her friends, laughing at the magic show, blowing out the candles on that beautiful cake. Those mental images kept me warm despite the anxiety gnawing at my chest about money and work and everything else. This was going to be perfect. I'd made sure of it. Nothing could go wrong. Thursday afternoon, 2 days before the party, my boss called me into her office. I knew immediately something was wrong. She had that expression, the one that says she's about to ask for something unreasonable and expects me to comply without complaint. "We have a situation," she said, not bothering with pleasantries. "The regional manager is flying in Saturday for an emergency audit. All department heads need to be present for a full operations review." My stomach dropped. Saturday? This Saturday? Yes, 9 o'clock in the morning. It'll probably run until 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. She was already turning back to her computer as if the conversation was over. "I can't," I said, my voice coming out smaller than I intended. "It's my daughter's birthday party. I've had it scheduled for months." She looked at me like I just told her I needed the day off to watch paint dry. "Vanessa, this is a critical meeting. The regional manager specifically requested all department heads be present. This isn't optional. I understand it's important, but nothing." Her tone hardened. "I need you there. Your attendance reflects on this entire department. If you're not there, it sends a message that logistics isn't taking this seriously." I felt my chest tighten. "Can we reschedule? Even just push it to Sunday?" "No. He's flying back Sunday morning. Saturday is the only option." She leaned forward, her expression shifting from annoyed to threatening. "Look, I'll be blunt. We're heading into performance review season. Your presence at this meeting will be noted. Your absence will also be noted. Do you understand what I'm saying?" I understood perfectly. Show up or face consequences for my career. Maybe not immediate termination, but definitely a black mark that would follow me. Smaller bonuses, being passed over for advancement, subtle retaliation disguised as business decisions. I'd worked in corporate environments long enough to know how it worked. "I've been planning this party for 3 months, I said, hating how desperate I sounded. "I've spent $5,000. My daughter is expecting." "That's unfortunate timing," she interrupted. "But this is part of being in management. Sometimes personal plans have to take a backseat to professional responsibilities. I'm sure your daughter will understand." She wouldn't understand. She was 7 years old. 7-year-olds don't understand that corporate audits matter more than birthday parties. They don't understand that their mother's job security depends on attending meetings that weren't scheduled until 2 days before. I left her office feeling sick. The rest of the day passed in a blur. I kept running scenarios through my mind, trying to find a solution that didn't exist. I couldn't lose this job. I was the sole provider for my daughter, and I was barely making ends meet as it was. But how could I miss her party? How could I look at her excited face and tell her I wouldn't be there? That evening, I sat at our small kitchen table with my phone in my hand, staring at my parents' contact information. I didn't want to ask them for help. Every instinct told me not to involve them. But what choice did I have? My mother answered on the 3rd ring. "Hello, Mom. I need to ask you something." I explained the situation quickly. The meeting, the timing, the impossible position I was in. "So, you want us to take her to the party?" my mother asked. "Yes, you and Dad were already planning to come. I just need you to pick her up, get her there by 2 o'clock when it starts, and stay with her until I can get there. The meeting should end by 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock at the latest. I'll come straight from the office. I won't miss the cake. I promise." There was a pause. I could hear my father's voice in the background asking what was going on. "Hold on," my mother said. I heard muffled conversation. Then, she came back on the line. "Your father says that's fine. We'll pick her up at 1:30 and get her to Riverside Gardens." Relief flooded through me. "Thank you. Really, thank you." The coordinator knows what's happening. She has my number if anything comes up. Everything is already paid for and set up. You literally just need to be there with her. We can handle it, Vanessa. Don't worry so much. And Mom, please make sure she has a good time. This party means everything to her. Of course, it'll be perfect. We'll take good care of our granddaughter. I wanted to believe her. I wanted to trust that they had prioritized my daughter for once. But that nagging feeling in my gut wouldn't go away. The next day was Friday. I worked like a machine, trying to clear my schedule so I could leave the moment the Saturday meeting ended. Every few hours, I'd check my phone, half hoping my boss would call to say the meeting was canceled. It never happened. That evening, I sat down with my daughter. She was coloring at the coffee table, humming to herself, completely unaware that her perfect day was about to get complicated. Hey, sweetie, I need to talk to you about tomorrow. She looked up, her face lighting up. My party. Yes, your party. So here's the thing. I have to go to work for a few hours in the morning, but Grandma and Grandpa are going to pick you up and take you to Riverside Gardens, and they'll stay with you until I get there. Her smile faltered. You won't be there when it starts? I'll be there for the important parts. I promise I'll be there when you blow out your candles. I wouldn't miss that for anything. But what about the pool and the magic show? Each question felt like a knife twisting in my chest. Grandma and Grandpa will be with you for all of that, and I'll get there as fast as I can. Okay? She nodded slowly, but I could see the disappointment in her eyes. She was trying to be brave about it, which somehow made it worse. I'm sorry, I said, pulling her into a hug. If I had any other choice, I'd be there from the beginning. You know that, right? I know, Mommy. But I could hear the doubt in her voice. And that night, after she'd gone to bed, I sat alone in the dark living room and wondered if I was making a terrible mistake. My parents had never put my daughter first. Why did I think tomorrow would be any different? But what else could I do? I had no other options. I had to trust them. I had to believe that this one time they'd come through. The meeting ran long. Of course, it did. The regional manager was one of those people who loved the sound of his own voice, turning every simple question into a 20-minute lecture. By the time we finally wrapped up, it was already 3:45. I grabbed my purse and practically ran to my car, my heart pounding with anxiety about missing too much of the party. Traffic was worse than I expected. Every red light felt like a personal attack. I kept checking the time on my dashboard. 3:50. 4:00. 4:15. I'd already missed the first hour and a half. My daughter would be in the pool by now, maybe watching the magic show. I pressed harder on the gas pedal, willing the cars ahead of me to move faster. I finally pulled into the Riverside Gardens parking lot at 4:20. The moment I stepped out of my car, I knew something was wrong. The sound hit me first, a deep pulsing bass that vibrated through my chest. Electronic music, the kind you'd hear at a nightclub, not a 7-year-old's birthday party. My steps quickened as I walked toward the pavilion. Maybe they were just playing music between activities. Maybe the entertainer had finished and they were doing some kind of dance break. I was grasping for rational explanations, even as my gut screamed that this was all wrong. Then I reached the entrance and my world tilted. The space I'd spent months planning was unrecognizable. The butterfly decorations were gone, replaced by metallic streamers and neon lights. The 3-tier cake I'd ordered, vanilla with strawberry filling and edible butterflies, sat untouched on a table, while next to it stood a completely different cake, some avant-garde creation with geometric black and gold designs. But it wasn't the decorations that made my blood run cold. It was the people. Everywhere I looked, there were adults, 20-something, fashionably dressed people holding cocktails, laughing, dancing to music so loud I could barely think. Some were in the pool. Not children playing with floaties, but grown adults with drinks in their hands, behaving like they were at a resort party. The playground equipment sat empty, the face painting station abandoned. And in the center of it all, like a peacock displaying its feathers, was my brother. He was dressed in some ridiculous designer outfit. A patterned silk shirt that probably cost more than my rent, skin-tight pants, and accessories that screamed, "Look at me!" He was dancing, arms in the air, completely in his element, surrounded by people who were cheering him on. This was his crowd, his scene, his moment. My parents stood nearby, beaming like proud grandparents at a graduation. My mother was actually filming him on her phone. My father had his arm around her shoulders, both of them smiling like this was the most natural thing in the world. I stood there frozen in disbelief, trying to process what I was seeing. This couldn't be happening. This couldn't be real. Where were the children? Where were my daughter's friends? Where was my daughter? Excuse me? Are you with the party? A woman in a sparkly dress stumbled slightly as she approached me, clearly drunk. What party is this? I managed to ask. Oh, it's for him. She pointed at my brother. His birthday, 25. Can you believe it? This place is amazing. 25. My brother's birthday wasn't until next week. I knew because I'd received the usual guilt-tripping calls about getting him a gift. My shock was rapidly transforming into something else. A cold, crystalline rage that made my vision sharp and my movements deliberate. I pushed through the crowd, scanning desperately for a small figure, for my daughter's face, for any sign of the party I planned. The coordinator spotted me and immediately started making her way over, her face pale with obvious distress, but I couldn't focus on her right now. I had to find my daughter. I checked the pool area, nothing but adults. The playground, empty. The food tables where children should have been eating pizza, covered with catered appetizers I hadn't ordered. My breathing was coming faster now, panic mixing with fury. Then I saw her. In the far corner of the pavilion, tucked behind some equipment boxes where the decorators had apparently dumped the butterfly decorations I'd bought, my daughter sat huddled on the ground. Her pretty party dress, the one she'd picked out weeks ago, the one with butterflies on it to match the theme, was crumpled around her. Her face was buried in her knees, her small shoulders shaking. I ran. I actually ran, pushing past people who gave me annoyed looks as I shoved through the crowd. The music was so loud, the laughter so overwhelming. And there she was, my baby, completely alone in the middle of this chaos. Sweetie, I dropped to my knees beside her, pulling her into my arms. She looked up at me with red, swollen eyes, her face streaked with tears. Mommy, she sobbed, and the sound broke something fundamental inside me. What happened? Tell me what happened. Grandma said. She hiccuped, struggling to get the words out. Grandma said the party was for Uncle, not me. She said I was being selfish for wanting my own party. She sent all my friends away. I felt like I'd been punched in the stomach. She sent your friends away? When they got here, Grandpa told their parents there was a mistake, that the party was canceled. Some of them were already here, Mommy. They were here and Grandma made them leave. She said Uncle needed the venue for his real party. Where are your grandparents now? My voice didn't sound like my own. It was too calm, too controlled considering the volcanic rage building inside me. She pointed toward where I'd seen them earlier, still standing beside my brother, still smiling like nothing was wrong, like they hadn't just destroyed their granddaughter's birthday party, like they hadn't sent away a 7-year-old's friends and relegated her to crying alone in a corner while they celebrated their golden child. I stood up slowly, keeping my daughter's hand in mine. The coordinator had finally reached us and was trying to speak, but I held up my other hand to stop her. Not yet, I said quietly. First, I need to talk to my family. I walked toward my parents with my daughter's hand clutched in mine, each step feeling like I was approaching a cliff edge. The music pounded around us. People laughed and danced, completely oblivious to the devastation they were celebrating on top of. My mother saw me first. Her smile didn't even flicker. If anything, it got wider, as if she expected me to join in the celebration, as if this was all perfectly fine. Vanessa, you made it. Isn't this wonderful? Your brother. Get out, I said. My voice was barely above a whisper, but somehow she heard me over the music. What? I said, get out. All of you. Get out of this venue right now. My mother's smile finally faltered. Vanessa, don't be dramatic. We can explain. Explain. I pulled my daughter closer to me. She was still crying, her small body trembling against my side. Explain how you turned my daughter's birthday party into this. Explain how you sent her friends away. Explain why she's been crying alone in a corner for the past 2 hours. My father stepped forward, his expression shifting from confusion to defensiveness. Now wait just a minute. Your brother's birthday is next week, and we thought. You thought what? That you'd just steal the venue I paid for? The party I've been planning for 3 months. We didn't steal anything, my mother said, her tone taking on that familiar, condescending quality. We simply made better use of the space. Your brother's birthday is coming up, and this venue was already booked. It made sense to combine them. Combine. I felt like I was losing my mind. There's nothing here for a 7-year-old. You didn't combine anything. You replaced her party with his. My brother finally noticed the commotion and sauntered over, still holding his cocktail. He looked annoyed that we were interrupting his celebration. What's all the drama about? Your sister is upset, my father said, as if I was a toddler throwing a tantrum. Of course she is, my brother said with an eye roll. Look, it's not that big a deal. She's 7. She won't even remember this party in a few years. I'm 25, building my career in fashion. My network matters. These connections matter. He gestured broadly at his drunk friends. A kid's party would have been forgotten by next week anyway. Something inside me snapped. I'd spent years swallowing my anger, accepting their favoritism, paying for his expensive education while he showed no gratitude. But this was beyond anything I could have imagined. Your career. My voice came out like ice. The career I'm funding. The $12,000 a year I pay for your fancy design school while I eat rice and beans to afford it. My brother's face twitched with irritation. That's an investment in the family's future. No, it's me being manipulated into supporting your entitled lifestyle. And now you've taken the one thing I wanted to give my daughter and turned it into another celebration of you. You're overreacting, my mother interjected. Children don't need elaborate parties. You're being wasteful anyway. Your brother has actual professional needs. She's 7 years old. This was supposed to be her day. My voice was rising now, drawing attention from the nearby guests. You sent her friends away. You made her cry alone in a corner at her own birthday party. She'll get over it, my father said dismissively. Kids are resilient. The coordinator appeared at my elbow, looking increasingly distressed. I turned to her, still holding my daughter's hand. Do you have the contract? The one I signed. She nodded quickly and retrieved a folder from behind the nearby desk. I took it and held it up for everyone to see. This contract, I said, my voice loud enough now that several partygoers had stopped dancing to watch, has my name on it, my signature, my credit card number. I paid $5,000 for this venue, this date, this time slot. I paid for the butterfly decorations that are currently thrown in the corner. I paid for the 3-tier vanilla cake that nobody's touched. I paid for entertainment for children. Not this. My brother scoffed. So what? Mom and Dad were helping supervise anyway. They were supposed to supervise my daughter's party, not hijack it for you. You're being selfish, my mother said, her voice sharp now. Your brother needed. My daughter needed. I was shouting now and I didn't care who heard. For once, just once, she needed to be the priority. But you couldn't even give her that. You couldn't let her have one afternoon where she mattered more than him. This is ridiculous, my brother said, setting down his drink. You're making a scene over nothing. Nothing? I looked at my daughter, at her tear-stained face, at the devastation in her eyes. You think breaking a 7-year-old's heart is nothing? She'll forget about it, my mother insisted. Children don't remember these things. I won't forget, my daughter whispered. It was the first time she'd spoken since I'd found her. Her voice was small but clear. I won't forget that you sent my friends away. I won't forget crying alone while everyone had fun at Uncle's party. My mother's face hardened. Don't be melodramatic. We gave you plenty of birthdays before. No more. I cut her off. I turned to the coordinator holding up the contract. This is my event. I'm the one who paid. Can you please ask everyone who isn't on my original guest list to leave? The coordinator looked relieved to finally have clear direction. Absolutely. This is your contracted time slot. My brother's face turned red. You can't be serious. I'm completely serious. Get out. Take your friends. Take your ridiculous cake and get out of my daughter's party. The coordinator examined the contract, then looked up with firm resolve. I'm very sorry, but this is a private event under contract. I need to ask anyone not on the original guest list to exit the venue. My brother stepped forward, face flushed. That's insane. We've been here for 2 hours. You can't just kick everyone out. Actually, sir, I can and I must. The person who holds the contract has exclusive rights to the space. That's legally binding. This is ridiculous. My brother spat. My parents arranged this. Your parents don't hold the contract. I must insist you and your guests vacate or I'll call security. The coordinator walked to the DJ booth. Moments later, the electronic music cut off abruptly. The overhead lights blazed on, harsh fluorescent brightness that illuminated everything. The transformation was brutal. What looked glamorous in dim lighting now looked pathetic. Drunk people in ridiculous outfits standing in a children's venue. Spilled drinks visible on the floor. The untouched butterfly cake and accusation on the table. People started looking around, confused and uncomfortable. Some grabbed their bags, clearly embarrassed. What's going on? Someone asked. Apparently, we're at some kid's birthday party, another said, realization dawning. I watched the truth spread through the crowd. People whispered, shooting glances at my brother, at me, at my daughter clinging to my side. Wait, did they really hijack a 7-year-old's party? Someone muttered. That's messed up. Most people left quietly, not making eye contact, but a few made comments as they passed. Dude, stealing a kid's party? That's low, man. You couldn't get your own venue? Had to take it from a little girl. My brother's face grew redder with each comment, each departing guest. His carefully curated image was crumbling, and everyone was witnessing it. This is your fault, he shouted at me. You're ruining everything. This was supposed to be my moment. Your moment. My voice was cold. This was supposed to be her day, her 7th birthday. She's a child. She needed not to be betrayed by her own family. The last guest trickled out, leaving empty cups and scattered decorations. My brother grabbed his jacket, movements sharp with anger. You've always been jealous of me. This is just you trying to make everything about you. I almost laughed. I pay for your education. I sacrifice constantly. And you think I'm selfish. Whatever. Enjoy your pathetic party. I'm done here. He stormed to the exit, his remaining friends trailing behind. At the door, he turned back. I hope you're happy. You just humiliated me in front of everyone I know. Then he was gone. My parents stood near the DJ booth, watching with expressions I couldn't quite read. Not shame, something closer to disappointment, as if I'd done something wrong. You didn't have to make such a scene, my mother said. This could have been handled privately, my father added quietly. They walked toward the exit together, not looking back at their granddaughter, not acknowledging the tears she'd cried or the party she'd lost. They left as if they were the injured parties. And then they were gone too, and the venue was finally quiet. My parents stood there looking at me like I was the problem, like I was the one who'd done something unforgivable. That look, that familiar disappointment I'd seen my entire life, finally broke something inside me. You need to leave, I said, my voice shaking with fury. Both of you, right now. My mother's expression shifted to confusion. Vanessa, let's just calm down and talk about this. Talk about what? I cut her off. Talk about how you hijacked my daughter's birthday party? How you sent her friends away? How you left her crying alone in a corner while you celebrated him? It was just a misunderstanding, my mother said, her tone placating. We thought we could combine the parties, make everyone happy. We can fix this. We can talk it through like adults. A misunderstanding? My voice was rising now. You deliberately took over her party. You told those children's parents it was canceled. You replaced everything I planned with his party. That's not a misunderstanding. That's a choice. My father stepped forward, his jaw tight. You're being dramatic, Vanessa. This is exactly why we can't have reasonable conversations with you. You're always so inflexible, always making everything into a crisis. I'm being dramatic? I felt like I was going insane. My daughter spent hours crying alone at her own birthday party. And I'm being dramatic. She'll get over it, he said dismissively. You're going to destroy this family over one afternoon, over your pride. That's what this is really about, isn't it? You can't stand that we were trying to help your brother. Help him. I was shouting now and I didn't care. You destroyed your granddaughter's birthday to throw him a party he didn't even need. His birthday isn't until next week. You could have planned something separate, but instead you stole hers. We were being practical, my mother insisted. The venue was already booked, already paid for. Your brother has important connections, people who matter for his career. You thought my daughter doesn't matter. The words came out flat and cold. You thought she could be pushed aside one more time for him, just like always, just like her entire life. That's not fair, my father said. We love her. We're her grandparents. Love. I pulled my daughter closer to me. She was still crying softly against my side. You don't love her. If you loved her, you couldn't have done this. You couldn't have looked at her excited face this morning and known what you were planning to do. Vanessa, please. My mother tried again. Let's just sit down and discuss this calmly. We can make this right. Maybe we can reschedule her party for next weekend. No. The word came out like a gunshot. There is no discussion. There is no fixing this. You traumatized your own granddaughter to please the spoiled, entitled son you created. The son I've been funding for 2 years while he shows zero gratitude. Your brother is building his future, my father argued. He needs support. And she doesn't? I gestured to my daughter. She's 7 years old. She needed one single day where she felt important, where she felt celebrated. And you couldn't even give her that. You're overreacting, my mother said, but her voice was less certain now. Children are resilient. She won't even remember this in a few years. I won't forget, my daughter whispered. Her small voice cut through everything. I'll remember that you sent my friends away. I'll remember crying while everyone celebrated Uncle. My mother's face twitched, but she recovered quickly. Sweetheart, we didn't mean. Don't, I warned. Don't you dare try to minimize this to her. Don't you dare make her think her feelings don't matter. We're still her grandparents, my father said, his voice hardening. You can't just cut us out of her life because you're throwing a tantrum. A tantrum? I stared at him in disbelief. I'm protecting my daughter. I'm setting boundaries that should have existed years ago. You've spent her entire life showing her that she doesn't matter as much as him. That ends now. You're being ridiculous, my mother said sharply. We're family. You can't just. I can and I am. My voice was steady now, cold with finality. You are never seeing her again. You are never coming to our home again. You are never going to get another chance to hurt her. Vanessa, think about what you're saying, my father tried. You're making a permanent decision based on one incident. One incident? I almost laughed. This is a lifetime of incidents. This is years of watching you prioritize him over everyone else. This is the final unforgivable incident that proves you will never change. You're destroying this family, my mother said, and now I could hear tears in her voice. You're breaking us apart over pride and stubbornness. No, you destroyed this family the moment you decided my daughter's pain mattered less than his party. You did this. You made this choice. Now live with it. I picked up my daughter, holding her against my hip, even though she was getting too big for it. She wrapped her arms around my neck and buried her face in my shoulder. Vanessa, wait. My mother reached out. I stepped back. Don't touch us. Don't call us. Don't come to our home. If you try to contact her, I will get a restraining order. I'm done. You can't mean that, my father said. I've never meant anything more in my life. I walked toward the exit, my daughter in my arms. Behind me, I could hear my mother saying something, my father calling my name. I didn't turn around. I didn't slow down. I just kept walking, putting distance between my daughter and the people who'd proven they would always hurt her. After my parents left, I stood in the middle of the wrecked venue holding my daughter, trying to figure out what to do next. The party was supposed to run until 6 o'clock. It was barely 5 o'clock. I'd paid for this time, for this space, and my daughter deserved something good from this nightmare. I sat her down gently and knelt in front of her, wiping the tears from her cheeks. Sweetie, I know today has been awful, but we still have time. We still have the cake, the pool, everything. Do you want to try to bring your friends back? She looked at me with red, swollen eyes. They already left, Mommy. I know, but maybe some of them could come back. Would you like me to try? She nodded slowly, hope flickering across her face despite everything. The coordinator approached us, her expression genuinely distressed. I am so sorry about what happened. I should have been monitoring the setup more closely. I had no idea they were replacing your daughter's party. It's not your fault, I said, though part of me wondered how she'd missed an entire party being hijacked. Pero need your help now. Do you have contact information for the parents who brought children earlier? I have the guest list you provided with phone numbers. She pulled out her tablet. I'll help however I can. And please, I'd like to offer some complimentary additions to try to make up for this disaster. Additional time if you need it, extra food, whatever you want. Thank you. That's very kind. She handed me the tablet and I started making calls. Each conversation was humiliating in its own way. I had to explain that yes, there had been a terrible mix-up with family members, but the party was actually happening now, and could their child please come back? The first 3 calls went to voicemail. The 4th parent answered, but explained they'd already driven across town to another commitment. The apologetic tone in her voice made it clear she thought this whole situation was bizarre. I completely understand, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Thank you. Anyway, the 5th call connected. Hello. Hi. This is Vanessa, the birthday girl's mom. I know there was confusion earlier, but the party is actually happening now. I'm so sorry for the mix-up. Would your daughter be able to come back? There was a pause. What exactly happened? My daughter said something about adults having a party. I took a breath. There was a serious miscommunication with family members. It's resolved now, and I'd really love for the kids to come back and celebrate properly. We're still nearby, she said slowly. Let me ask her. I heard muffled conversation. Then she came back. She wants to come. We'll be there in 10 minutes. Thank you so much. I made it through the rest of the list. Out of the 15 children originally invited, only 4 were able to return. 4 out of 15. But it was something. It was better than nothing. While we waited, the coordinator and her staff worked quickly to clean up the mess my brother's party had left behind. They removed the neon decorations, cleaned up the spilled drinks, repositioned the butterfly cake as the centerpiece. They retrieved the purple and pink decorations from where they'd been discarded and put them back up. It wasn't perfect, you could still see the damage, but it was recognizable as a children's party again. My daughter watched all of this silently, still processing everything that had happened. I sat with her at one of the small tables, holding her hand. I'm sorry, baby, I said quietly. I'm so sorry today turned out like this. It's not your fault, Mommy. I should have been here from the beginning. You had to work. She said it like she was trying to make me feel better. And it broke my heart that she was comforting me instead of the other way around. The first child arrived 15 minutes later, one of my daughter's closest friends from school. The moment she walked in, my daughter's face transformed. Not completely. The hurt was still there, but there was a genuine smile underneath. You came back, my daughter said. Of course. I wanted to swim with you. The other 3 children arrived within the next 20 minutes. It wasn't the crowd I'd planned for, but watching my daughter interact with her friends, seeing her slowly relax into the moment, was worth everything. The coordinator had the photographer come back. Apparently, he'd left when my brother's party started, confused about the situation. He took pictures of the girls jumping in the pool, playing on the equipment, laughing together. The entertainer was gone, already committed to another event, but the coordinator put on age-appropriate music, and the kids didn't seem to mind. At 6 o'clock, we gathered around the butterfly cake. My daughter stood in front of it with her 4 friends surrounding her, and I lit the 7 candles. When we sang Happy Birthday, her smile was real. Not as bright as it should have been, not as carefree as I'd imagined in all my planning, but real. She closed her eyes, made a wish, and blew out the candles. The other girls cheered. For that brief moment, she looked happy. We cut the cake, the beautiful 3-tier vanilla cake with strawberry filling that no one from my brother's party had touched. The kids ate pizza and laughed and seemed to enjoy themselves. On the surface, it looked like a successful party. But I could see the difference in my daughter's eyes. The shadow that hadn't been there this morning, the hesitation in her laughter like she was waiting for something else to go wrong, the way she kept looking at me for reassurance. As parents arrived to pick up their children, each one approached me with careful expressions. They'd clearly heard some version of what happened, and they didn't know what to say. "Thank you for bringing her back," I told each of them. "It means more than you know." By 6:30, it was just my daughter and me in the pavilion. The coordinator's team was cleaning up, breaking down the decorations I'd spent months planning. "Did you have fun?" I asked my daughter. She nodded. "It was good when my friends came back." "I'm glad." I pulled her close. "You deserved so much better than this." "I know you tried, Mommy. You tried to make it perfect. And that was the worst part. I had tried. I'd sacrificed and saved and planned. And it still wasn't enough to protect her from my family's cruelty. We'd salvaged something from the wreckage, but the magic I'd wanted to create for her was gone. The day had been tainted by hurt and betrayal, and no amount of butterfly cake could erase that. Sunday morning, I woke up with absolute clarity about what I needed to do. My daughter was still asleep, exhausted from yesterday's emotional trauma. I sat at my kitchen table with my laptop and a cup of coffee, feeling calmer than I had in years. The first call I made was to my bank. I explained that I needed to cancel the automatic monthly payment that went to my brother's school. The representative walked me through the process. Within 10 minutes, it was done. No more $1,000 transfers leaving my account every month. No more funding his lifestyle while he showed zero appreciation. Next, I called the school's financial aid office. I left a detailed voicemail explaining that I would no longer be providing financial support for the student effective immediately. I stated clearly that any outstanding balance was not my responsibility and that they should contact him directly about payment arrangements. Then I sat back and waited. I knew the school would contact him about the sudden loss of funding. I knew my parents would call when they found out. I didn't care. Let them scramble. Let them figure out how to cover $12,000 a year without me. Around noon, my phone buzzed with an email. It was from the coordinator at Riverside Gardens. The subject line read, "Documentation from Saturday's event." I opened it and found a folder of photos and a brief note. "I thought you might need these for any potential disputes. Our photographer and staff documented what occurred. I'm so sorry again for what happened to your daughter's party." I clicked through the images. There were time-stamped photos showing the venue setup for my daughter's party. Butterfly decorations, the proper cake, everything arranged beautifully. Then there were photos from when my brother's party had taken over. The neon lights, the crowds of drunk adults, the different cake. The photographer had even captured my daughter crying alone in the corner. And though my heart broke seeing it, I knew these images told the complete story. As I was reviewing the photos, another message came through. This one was from one of the mothers who'd returned with her daughter yesterday. "I took some photos when we first arrived and saw what was happening. Thought you might want them. What your family did was unacceptable." Her photos showed the chaos from a parent's perspective. Adults drinking in a children's venue, the discarded butterfly decorations, my brother in the center of it all. The timestamps proved everything. I spent the next hour carefully composing messages. Not to my parents or brother. I had nothing to say to them. But there were a few extended family members who'd always been kind to my daughter. Aunts, uncles, Cousins who might not know the full story once my parents inevitably tried to spin it their way. I kept the messages factual and brief. I attached a few of the most damning photos and wrote, "I wanted you to hear the truth from me. Yesterday was my daughter's 7th birthday party at Riverside Gardens. I'd spent 3 months planning and $5,000 on her celebration. My parents were supposed to supervise until I arrived from work. Instead, they hijacked the entire event for my brother's birthday, which isn't even until next week. They sent her friends away and left her crying alone while they celebrated him. I've cut contact with them and will be protecting my daughter from further harm. I thought you should know the facts." I sent the messages to 4 people. My mother's sister, my father's brother, and 2 cousins who'd always been decent to us. I wasn't trying to create drama. I was simply ensuring the truth existed somewhere other than my parents' version of events. Within an hour, responses started coming in. Shock, disbelief, anger on my daughter's behalf. My aunt called me directly, and I could hear tears in her voice when she said, "I can't believe they would do that to her, to a 7-year-old. I'm so sorry." By evening, I knew the story was spreading. That's how families work. Information travels. I received a message from one of my brother's fashion school friends, someone I'd met briefly at a family gathering. "Is it true what people are saying about the birthday party?" I didn't respond. I didn't need to. The fact that the question was being asked meant the story was already out there making its rounds through his social circles. His carefully cultivated image of the artistic, sophisticated designer was being complicated by the reality of who he actually was. Monday morning, I drafted a formal letter to the school's administration. I attached the photographic evidence and wrote a detailed account of what had occurred. I explained that I had been providing financial assistance under the assumption that I was helping a family member in need, but his actions had demonstrated a fundamental lack of character. I stated that I could no longer in good conscience fund the education of someone who would willingly traumatize a child for his own benefit. I sent copies to the financial aid office, the dean of students, and the registrar. I wanted it documented, official, impossible to dispute. That afternoon, my phone exploded with calls and texts from my parents. I blocked their numbers without reading the messages. My brother tried calling from several different numbers. I blocked those too. I said what I needed to say on Saturday. There was nothing left to discuss. Tuesday, the school confirmed receipt of my letter and acknowledged the cancellation of funding. They noted that the student had been informed of his financial situation and would need to make immediate arrangements for payment or face withdrawal from classes. I sat with that information, feeling neither guilt nor satisfaction, just a sense of necessary action taken. I'd supported him for 2 years, sacrificing my own financial security and my daughter's future. He'd shown his gratitude by destroying her birthday party. The equation was simple. The consequence was appropriate. My daughter asked once why we weren't seeing Grandma and Grandpa anymore. I told her the truth in age-appropriate terms. They hurt you, sweetie. And people who hurt you don't get to be in your life, even if they're family. My job is to protect you. She thought about that for a moment, then nodded. Okay, Mommy. The photos stayed saved on my computer, backed up in multiple places. Not because I planned to do anything else with them, but because I knew my family. I knew they'd try to rewrite history to make me the villain. The documentation was insurance against their lies. The money I'd been sending my brother stayed in my account now, $1,200 that month alone. I opened a college fund for my daughter and made the first deposit. The money would go where it had always belonged, toward her future, not his entitlement. 3 weeks after the party, my aunt called. Not my parents, they'd learned their numbers were blocked. But my aunt, my mother's sister, the one who'd been horrified when I told her what happened. "Your mother asked me to reach out," she said carefully. "She wants a chance to talk to you, to explain and apologize." There's nothing to explain. I was there. I saw what they did. I know. And what they did was terrible. But Vanessa, they're devastated. They realize they made a huge mistake. They realize they got caught. I corrected. They realize there are consequences for their actions. That's not same as genuine remorse. Maybe if you just gave them 5 minutes. No, I'm protecting my daughter. They had one job that day and they chose to destroy her birthday party for him. Again, it's always for him. I'm done watching my daughter learn that she doesn't matter. My aunt sighed. I understand. I do. They're my sister and brother-in-law. They're hurting. My daughter was hurting when she cried alone in a corner at her own party. Where was their concern then? She didn't have an answer for that. A few days later, my daughter asked about them. We were having dinner, just the two of us at our small kitchen table, when she said quietly, "Mommy, why don't Grandma and Grandpa visit anymore?" I'd been dreading this conversation, but knew it was coming. I set down my fork and chose my words carefully. "Do you remember what happened at your birthday party?" She nodded, her expression becoming guarded. "When Uncle took my party?" "Yes. And when that happened, how did you feel?" "Sad and scared. I didn't understand why everyone was leaving. Grandma and Grandpa are the ones who told your friends to leave. They're the ones who gave your party to Uncle instead of protecting it for you. They hurt your feelings on purpose." Her eyes filled with tears. "Why would they do that?" "Because they weren't thinking about you. They were only thinking about Uncle, like always. And people who hurt you like that, even if they're family, don't get to be in your life anymore." "But maybe they're sorry now?" The hope in her voice nearly broke me. "Maybe they are, but sorry doesn't fix what they did. And my job is to make sure nobody hurts you like that again. Not even them." She was quiet for a moment, processing. Then she said, "I remember crying by myself. All the grown-ups were laughing and having fun. And I was by myself. It was really scary." I pulled her into my lap, holding her tight. "I know, baby. I know. And I'm so sorry that happened to you. I don't want to feel like that again." "You won't. I promise." One evening in early October, I was coming home from the grocery store with my daughter when I spotted them. My parents standing by the entrance to our apartment building. My daughter saw them too and went very still beside me. "Vanessa, please," my mother called out as we approached. "We just want to talk. 5 minutes. That's all we're asking." I kept walking, steering my daughter toward the door. "No, we made a mistake," my father said, stepping into our path. "We know that now. We want to make it right." "You can't make it right. Move, please." "We're her grandparents," my mother's voice cracked. "You can't just take her away from us." I stopped then, positioning myself between them and my daughter. "You took yourselves away when you prioritized him over her. When you sent 7-year-olds home from a birthday party so your adult son could have a venue he didn't even need. You made that choice." "We weren't thinking clearly," my father tried. You thought she didn't matter. You've always thought that. This was just the most obvious example." "That's not true," my mother protested. "We love her. If you loved her, you would have protected her party. Instead, you traumatized her. Now move or I'm calling the police." They moved. I unlocked the building door and ushered my daughter inside, not looking back at the two people standing on the sidewalk. After that, the packages started arriving. Gifts for my daughter, elaborate toys, expensive clothes. Things my parents had never bought her before. Each one came with a card begging for another chance. I donated everything to charity without opening them. I wanted no guilt, no strings, no reminders that they suddenly cared now that they'd lost access. The letters came, too. Long, handwritten notes from my mother explaining, justifying, pleading, how they'd gotten confused about priorities, how they missed their granddaughter, how families should forgive each other. Those went in the trash unread after the first one. I'd heard enough of their explanations on the day of the party. I didn't need more words trying to minimize what they'd done. My father tried a different approach. He sent a letter to my workplace, somehow thinking that was appropriate. It talked about how I was being unreasonable, how time heals all wounds, how my daughter needed her grandparents. I reported it to HR as inappropriate contact and added the workplace to my list of places they were not permitted to visit. Months passed. The contact attempts became less frequent. The gifts stopped coming. The calls to mutual relatives dwindled. I heard through my aunt that my parents were struggling with the reality of what they'd lost, that my mother cried frequently, that my father had aged considerably, weighed down by regret. I felt nothing. Or maybe I felt something, but it was buried under years of being the overlooked daughter, of watching my child be overlooked, of paying for my brother's life while receiving nothing but demands in return. If they were hurting now, it was consequences catching up with choices made over decades. My daughter stopped asking about them after a few months. The wound was healing, or at least scarring over. She had friends. She had me. She had a life that didn't include people who'd proven they couldn't be trusted with her heart. One day, nearly 6 months after the party, I was at the grocery store when I saw my mother in the next aisle. She saw me too. For a moment, we just looked at each other across the distance. She looked older, tired, her eyes red-rimmed. She opened her mouth like she was going to say something. I turned my cart and walked away. There was nothing left to say. She'd made her choices. I'd made mine. And my choice would always be to protect my daughter, even from her own grandparents. I heard about my brother's expulsion through my aunt. The school had given him 2 weeks to pay after my funding stopped. When he couldn't, they withdrew him from classes. "Your mother is beside herself," my aunt told me. "They're asking if you'd reconsider." No. He's 25. He can figure out his own life. He's moving back home, looking for work. Good. That's what adults do. Through various sources, I pieced together what happened next. The job search was brutal for someone who'd never actually worked. No employment history, incomplete portfolio, and the birthday party story had spread enough that some hiring managers had heard whispers. One apparently told him directly, "We heard about what happened with your niece's party. That kind of character concern makes us hesitate." He was furious, ranted about cancel culture and misunderstandings, never acknowledged that hijacking a child's party was actual bad character. He ended up in retail. First at a clothing store where he constantly told customers about his design background until the manager made him stop. Lasted 3 months before getting fired for poor attendance. Then a coffee shop. Complained online about customers having no taste. 6 weeks. A warehouse job ended after 2 weeks. The work was beneath his skill set. He's struggling, my aunt told me. He's depressed. He's 25. Most people his age have been supporting themselves for years. My cousin sent me a screenshot of his social media rant about how families should support each other through education and some people are too petty to see the bigger picture. I didn't respond. He tried community college but dropped out after 1 semester. Not prestigious enough. He attempted a home design business, charging premium prices for mediocre work and insulting clients who questioned him. Failed quickly. Living with our parents became constant conflict. He'd gone from golden child to unemployed adult in his childhood bedroom. They couldn't fund his lifestyle anymore. They pushed him to take any job. He resented them for not understanding his vision. During one argument, he screamed that this was all my fault, that I'd destroyed his future out of jealousy, that if I hadn't been vindictive, he'd have his degree and career. My father finally snapped. "You destroyed your own future when you took that little girl's birthday party. Vanessa paid for your school for 2 years, and you showed zero gratitude. This is on you." My brother threw something and stormed out. He came back, he had nowhere else to go. But the relationship was damaged. He worked temp jobs, call centers mostly. When people recognized him from the party story, he'd get defensive, claiming he was between projects. One encounter ended up posted online. Ran into the guy who stole his niece's party. He's working phones now and still acting entitled. A family friend saw him at a bus stop. He'd sold his car to pay bills. He was staring at his reflection in a store window, muttering, "Nobody understands how hard I worked. Nobody sees what I sacrificed." What he never mentioned was the party. Never expressed remorse. Never connected his current situation to his own choices. Instead, he blamed everyone. Me for cutting funding, our parents for not continuing support, the school for inflexible policies, hiring managers for discrimination, clients for not appreciating quality. Everyone was at fault except him. My parents had created this. They'd built a person who believed the world owed him everything. They'd taught him his wants mattered more than anyone else's needs. They'd enabled him until they couldn't anymore. And now they were stuck with the consequences. A bitter, entitled adult living in their home, unable to support himself, unwilling to accept reality. And I felt no guilt. He'd had a gift, education paid for by a sister who could barely afford it. And he'd shown his appreciation by traumatizing her daughter. The rest was just consequences finding their rightful owner. A year after the party, my daughter turned 8. We celebrated at our apartment with 3 close friends, homemade cake, and a movie night. Simple, intimate, safe. When she blew out her candles, her smile was genuine and uncomplicated. "This is the best birthday ever," she told me later. "Better than last year?" I asked gently. "Way better. Because nobody took it away." That's what we'd built together. A life where she understood her worth. Where she knew that people who hurt you don't get unlimited chances just because they're family. She was learning boundaries I'd never had growing up. The money I'd been sending my brother now filled her college fund, $1,200 every month. Invested carefully, growing into her future. Sometimes I felt rage at how long I'd sent that money elsewhere, but mostly I felt relief that I'd finally stopped. My career had improved without the constant drain of supporting my brother, without the emotional exhaustion of managing family dysfunction. I had energy to focus on work. I'd gotten a promotion 3 months ago. More responsibility, better pay. We had routines now. Saturday morning pancakes, Sunday library trips, evening walks. Simple things that felt revolutionary because they were ours, untouched by toxic family dynamics. My daughter stopped asking about my parents after about 6 months. She had friends at school, good relationships with their parents, and a mother who put her first. She didn't need grandparents who'd proven they couldn't be trusted. Sometimes I felt sad about it. Late at night, I mourned the family I'd wanted but never had. The parents who should have protected both their children equally. The brother who should have been an ally. The grandparents my daughter deserved. But in daylight, watching her thrive, I knew I'd made the right choice. She was confident now. She advocated for herself. She understood that her feelings mattered. She was growing into someone who wouldn't tolerate mistreatment. Through my aunt, I heard updates I didn't ask for. My parents had aged noticeably. The weight of losing their granddaughter had marked them physically. My mother had chronic health issues now. My father had grown quieter, more withdrawn. But they'd never actually apologized. Not really. They'd said the words to intermediaries, but always with qualifications. "We're sorry, but she's overreacting, or we made a mistake, but she won't let us explain." They couldn't quite admit they'd been completely wrong. Their pride wouldn't allow it. So, they lived with their loss, bitter about my inflexibility, even as they suffered the consequences of their own actions. My brother was still living with them, still working sporadic jobs, still blaming everyone else. He'd posted online recently about toxic family members who abandon you over misunderstandings. Several people had commented pointing out that hijacking a child's birthday party wasn't a misunderstanding. He deleted the post. He was nearly 27 now. No closer to the design career he'd imagined. No closer to taking responsibility. No closer to understanding that he'd destroyed his own future when he decided his party mattered more than a 7-year-old's tears. Sometimes I wondered if any of them would ever change, if my parents would ever truly acknowledge what they had done. If my brother would ever see his own culpability. Probably not. People like them rarely did. But that wasn't my concern anymore. My concern was the girl sleeping in the next room, the one who'd learned she deserved respect and protection. My concern was the life we were building. On quiet evenings, I'd sometimes look at the photos from that awful party, the documentation the coordinator had sent. I'd see my daughter crying alone in the corner while adults celebrated around her. And I'd remember why I'd made the choices I'd made. Then I'd look at recent photos. Her genuine smile at her 8th birthday, her confident posture at the school talent show, her relaxed expression during our pancake ritual. The contrast told me everything. We were better off, stronger, freer. I'd lost my parents and brother, but I'd gained something more valuable. Peace. The peace of knowing my daughter would grow up understanding that family isn't just biology. It's respect, protection, and putting the vulnerable first. My daughter had that now, and watching her thrive in a life built on those principles, I knew that cutting out the toxicity hadn't been cruel. It had been the most loving thing I could have done. She deserved a life where her birthday wasn't stolen, where her feelings mattered, where the people who claimed to love her actually showed up for her. And now she had exactly that. Now on to the next story. Story 3. I am a 38-year-old man who grew up in a small, tight-knit town where everyone knew everyone else's business. It was the kind of place where people still waved to their neighbors from their front porches, and Sunday potlucks were the highlight of the week. My brother, Alan, is just 1 year older than me. Growing up, Alan and I were inseparable. We played in the same little league baseball team, faced our parents' lectures and scoldings together, and even navigated the roller coaster ride of teenage years side by side. We understood each other on a level that only siblings can, offering a comforting presence in each other's lives. As an adult, up until a few years ago, we still shared family traditions, celebrated holidays together, and always looked out for each other no matter what. We were like two peas in a pod, sticking together through all the ups and downs life threw at us. As kids, Alan and I had always discussed our love for New York and planned to move out there. Being the oldest, he was the first one to make the bold move. I admired his courage in taking that big step, and a couple of months later, I decided to follow in his footsteps. We both found ourselves in the city that we had dreamed about, rooming together in a small apartment. We tirelessly looked for jobs so we could support ourselves. While I secured a position as a graphic designer, which was a dream come true for me, Alan found himself working as an accountant. Our jobs were not glamorous, and we struggled a lot during the initial days. It wasn't easy to live in a new city, working in jobs that sometimes went overtime and paid too little, but we were pretty glad to have each other to depend on. My life had taken a wonderful turn a year ago when I met my amazing wife, Lisa. She was a single mom to her then 2-year-old son, Mark. Although I had a stable job, I still wasn't looking to settle down, but everything changed when I met her. I had never imagined marrying a single mother, but once I started interacting with her son Mark, I instantly fell in love with how adorable he was. I just couldn't fathom why Lisa's ex-boyfriend, who was the father of Mark, could abandon his own child and not even bother contacting them. After several months of dating, I knew she was the one. Her kindness and love won me over, and I proposed to her with my mother's ring. She said yes, and we have had a wonderful marriage for the last 6 years. Her son has quickly become a treasured part of my world, and I have embraced the role of being his stepfather. The love and care I feel for this young boy is just like what I would have felt for him if he were my biological child. I had always dreamed of having my own family one day, and I absolutely love them both to bits. Meanwhile, Alan had always held some reservations about Lisa and didn't shy away from sharing his concerns with me. Since the first day he met her, he never quite liked the fact that she was a single mother, and his disapproval had come up in our conversations more times than I could count. I often found myself brushing it off, thinking it was just Alan's way of being an overprotective older brother worrying about my happiness. We'd had many conversations where I made it crystal clear that I loved being a father to Mark and that Lisa meant the world to me no matter the circumstances. I told him time and again that my love for her and her son transcended such trivial concerns. Alan had also met his now wife, Sarah, through his network of work friends. Their love story was like something out of a romantic comedy, where workplace acquaintances turned into lifelong partners. The chemistry between them was undeniable, and it didn't take long for their friendship to blossom into something much more significant. I've spent my fair share of time with Sarah over the years, but we never really bonded much. You see, Sarah had a serious drinking issue, which sometimes led to her getting angry and blurting out a lot of secrets that she would later claim she couldn't remember. On one such occasion, while we were all out drinking and when my brother wasn't around, she confessed that he had trouble satisfying her in bed. Apparently, he was struggling to maintain his performance, and this left her wanting more. She mentioned how she had been hooking up with strangers sometimes. I was taken aback by what I heard, and the next day, after we were both sober, I decided to confront her about it. I didn't want to bring this up to my brother without confirming first, as I knew how much he loved her and it could potentially ruin their relationship. Sarah denied ever saying such things and swiftly changed the topic. I decided to let it slide at the time as I couldn't do anything, especially when I had no proof. If I did tell my brother, Then he could have chalked it up to her talking gibberish while she was drunk. Although I let it go at that moment, those words have always lingered in the back of my mind all these years. As a result, I've always kept my distance from her since then. Now, coming on to the incident that happened this week. Every year, our family from all over the country travels back to our hometown, no matter where we are, to celebrate my mother's birthday. It's become a family tradition now, and it's something we have been doing for as long as I can remember. No matter where we are or how busy life gets, we make sure to mark that special day by being with our mother. This year, I decided to take an earlier flight, so I arrived in our hometown before everyone else. You see, Lisa and Mark were scheduled to fly in a bit later because Mark had this important school assignment to finish and hand in, so I had some time to spend with our family before they got there. Alan and Sarah made it too, and it was shaping up to be a great get-together. We were all looking forward to spending some quality time together. The atmosphere was filled with laughter, stories, and that feeling of togetherness that only a family gathering can bring. Just a few days before my mom's birthday, I drove to the airport to pick up Lisa and Mark. Even though we had only been apart for a few days, as soon as Mark saw me, he sprinted towards me with his arms wide open. The pure joy on his face made my heart swell with happiness. We drove back home, where my parents welcomed them with open arms. Mark had always been a favorite in my family, and my parents treated him like their own grandson. In fact, my father had even spoken with me this time about having Mark spend holidays with him so he could learn valuable skills while helping out on our family farm. Of course, my father would pay him for his work, but it was also about teaching Mark important life lessons. On the other hand, I noticed that Alan didn't get up to greet my wife and son. Sarah, who was helping my mother out in the kitchen with the preparations, rushed to hug them. I thought maybe Alan was just tired that day from helping around the house, so I didn't pay it much mind. The big day arrived, and we had all worked hard the night before to make sure everything was ready so my mom wouldn't have to lift a finger on her special day. Our close relatives and my mom's old college friends started showing up, and everything was going great. Some of the guests had children of their own, and I introduced Mark to them. The kids quickly ran off to play around our farm, shouting and having a good time. We gathered to have lunch, enjoying the well-cooked meal, when suddenly we heard Mark scream. Lisa and I rushed outside to find him on the ground with scraped knees. Turned out the kids were playing on the swing, and as kids do, someone had given him an accidental push. The entire group had rushed outside as well, looking concerned. That's when Alan, out of nowhere, said, "Well, if he was really your son, he would know that men don't cry over little things like this. Why are you even taking care of some other man's responsibility?" Everyone fell into an eerie silence. Blood drained from my face as I couldn't believe what my brother had just spoken. My parents stared at him wide-eyed, horrified by what he had said. Lisa, meanwhile, looked like she was on the verge of tears as she tended to Mark's wounds. My anger was boiling over, and for the first time in ages, I had an urge to punch my brother. Standing up, I couldn't hold back and I spat out, "What would you even know about having a child of your own? You struggle with erectile dysfunction, and this is why your wife cheats on you." I saw my brother's face change color, and he looked like he had been punched in the gut. Sarah looked around embarrassed. I smirked and quickly scooped up Mark, who was still crying in pain, to make my way inside. If my brother could utter such cruel words in front of my son, I didn't want to be around him anymore. My son deserved better than this, so I told everyone we would be leaving. I rushed to pack our things as Lisa tried to change our flight booking to head back home. Thankfully, the airline accommodated our request to change our return dates. I went downstairs to talk to some of the guests so I could tell them goodbye before we headed to the airport. Some of them understood my sudden departure and let me know that I was doing the right thing. My mother, however, was doing her best to convince me to stay and let go of the situation. I told her it would never happen until my brother apologized for his insensitive comments about my son. After leaving my parents' house with Lisa and Mark, I tried to move on with my life, but the resentment over Alan's words still burned inside me. What bothered me the most wasn't just what he said, but what it represented to him. Taking care of Mark was humiliating, and worse, he threw that in my face in front of the entire family. Something changed in me that day. I decided that if he didn't value our relationship as brothers or respect my family, I had no reason to keep any ties with him. In the following weeks, our mother kept calling, begging me to reconsider and let the incident go. She claimed Alan was going through a tough time and I had been too harsh by exposing his secret, saying now he was devastated. But to me, that was just a cheap excuse. If he had the nerve to humiliate my son, he could deal with the consequences. And it didn't stop there. I found out from relatives that Sarah had filed for divorce just days after the incident. They told me she stormed out of the house, saying she couldn't stand living with someone who embarrassed her, especially now that everyone knew about the cheating and his intimate problems. It didn't take long for Alan's entire social circle to hear the story, and soon he became a laughingstock among friends and coworkers. The pride he had always flaunted in front of me turned into public shame. But don't think he kept quiet. Alan began sending me furious messages, blaming me for ruining his marriage and humiliating him. He sent things like, "You destroyed my life. I hope you're happy with yourself. Sarah left and now she wants half of everything I worked for. All of this happened because of a brat that isn't even yours." I ran out of patience. Instead of replying, I blocked him on everything. I made it clear to our mother that I didn't want any contact with Alan until he gave me a real apology, which of course never happened. As far as I was concerned, he stopped being my brother the moment he placed his wounded pride above my son. As time went by, news of Alan's downfall spread. He lost his job as an accountant, supposedly because his firm wanted to avoid the bad publicity caused by his personal scandal. To make things worse, Sarah not only demanded half his assets but also left him homeless. Alan had to move back in with our parents, who were trying to pick up the pieces of his life while pleading with me to forgive him. And then came the ultimate irony. A few months later, my mother called, saying Alan was in serious financial trouble and needed help. He was broke, jobless, and Sarah had taken nearly everything. And guess who they expected to help him? Me. "Lucas, you need to let the past go. He's your brother and he's suffering. He has no one else but us now." I had to hold back my laughter. They really expected me to help the same man who ridiculed my son, the same man who insulted me in front of everyone. Still, I didn't hold back my response. "So he finally knows what it feels like to lose everything because of someone else. How ironic, huh?" My mother kept insisting that family should help in difficult times, but I had already closed that door. I explained that my priority was my wife and son and that Alan, just like me, had to face the consequences of his choices. A few weeks later, I got an unexpected message from Sarah. She wanted to meet up, saying she needed to talk. I found it strange but agreed. We met at a quiet cafe, where she dropped a bombshell. Alan was trying to sue me and Lisa, claiming we had damaged his reputation and caused him financial losses by exposing his personal life. "He wants you to pay compensation, Lucas. He's saying that because of you, he lost his job and his marriage." I didn't know whether to laugh or be even more furious. It wasn't enough that Alan had tried to tear down my family emotionally. Now he was trying to ruin us financially too. I looked at Sarah dumbfounded and asked, "And what about you? Are you supporting him in this madness?" She shook her head and gave me a sly smile. "No, I came to warn you because I want him to crash and burn. After everything he did, I hope he rots alone." That was the final straw for me. I hired a lawyer to ensure Alan wouldn't get a cent from me. And of course, I made sure to spread the word about his pathetic attempt at a lawsuit among our relatives. Now he wasn't just the cheated and broke man. He was also the ungrateful brother trying to milk money from the only person who ever cared about him. While Alan sank deeper into debt and loneliness, my life flourished. My design business thrived, and Lisa and I were planning to have another child. Mark was growing up happy and healthy, surrounded by love. I never had to prove to anyone that he was my son. In every way that mattered, our bond spoke for itself. Last Christmas, my mother made one last desperate attempt, calling me again. "Alan is spending Christmas alone, Lucas. He has no one. Please, son, at least talk to him." I took a deep breath and replied calmly, "He made his choice, Mom. Now he has to live with it." I hung up the phone feeling an indescribable sense of peace. There was no longer any room in my life for people who didn't value my family. My focus was where it always should have been, on Lisa, Mark, and building a future full of love and respect. As for Alan, he remained exactly where he belonged, in the past, drowning in the consequences of his own actions, never understanding that love and family aren't measured by blood, but by respect and deeds. After everything, the decision was clear. My real family was Lisa, Mark, and me. The rest were just relatives, people connected to us by blood, not by love or respect. I was tired of carrying burdens that weren't mine and accepting empty apologies for unforgivable behavior. It was time to free myself from those emotional chains and focus only on us, as it always should have been. In the weeks that followed, I cut off contact with everyone. I blocked Alan from all social media and told my mother I wouldn't take any more calls from her if they involved him. I made it clear that I wouldn't let toxic people disrupt our peace and happiness. You'll always be my son and I love you, but I can't let Alan or the past hurt us anymore, I told her, putting an end to that conversation. She cried over the phone, but there were no more attempts to persuade me. I knew I was doing the right thing. The guilt I had carried for years trying to meet family expectations dissolved. It was never my job to fix what others had broken. Lisa and I took this opportunity to rearrange our lives. We decided to move to a quieter area, far from the city center and the negative influence of relatives. The new house was small and cozy, surrounded by trees with plenty of space for Mark to play freely. We painted the walls together, decorated each room with care, and made it into a real home, a home for us. Over time, Mark grew up happy and surrounded by love. I never needed anyone's approval to prove what it meant to be his father. Our moments together spoke louder than any title or opinion. On weekends, we played soccer in the backyard, watched movie marathons, and I taught him how to draw. Those little moments were everything to me. We also distanced ourselves from family gatherings and holidays. No more reunions filled with tension and false smiles. That year for Christmas, while everyone expected us to join the usual family celebrations, we did something different. We rented a cabin in the mountains, just the three of us. On Christmas Eve, as snow fell outside, we lit the fireplace, opened presents, and toasted with hot chocolate. Mark hugged me, his eyes sparkling with joy, and said, "Dad, this is the best Christmas ever." In that moment, I knew I had made the right choice. My happiness was right here with them. Isolated from external interference, my design business thrived more than ever. With more time and fewer distractions, I focused on growing the business, and soon new opportunities came our way. Lisa was also flourishing, returning to her studies and launching her own online store, something she had always dreamed of doing. As the years passed, we achieved things we had only dreamed of. We built a stable and comfortable life without relying on anyone. Mark grew up knowing that family isn't just about blood, but about who stands by you during tough times and loves you unconditionally. I taught him that he didn't need to live up to other people's expectations. He just needed to be an honest and respectful person. Occasionally, there were attempts to reconnect. My parents sent messages trying to restore some kind of relationship, always bringing up Alan as if I owed him something. They told me he was spiraling out of control, deeper into his own mistakes, and desperately needed help. I read those messages and deleted them without replying. I felt no anger, only a quiet detachment. Alan and the rest of the relatives were no longer part of our story. As time went by, Mark entered his teenage years. It was then that the weight of my decisions became clear, but in a good way. I felt proud to see him grow into a strong, confident, and independent young man. He knew that love wasn't earned with words or empty promises. It was shown through actions, day by day. That was what Lisa and I had given him. One day, when Mark was 16, he casually asked me, "Dad, why don't we talk to the rest of the family?" I thought for a moment and answered, "Because family, son, is who loves and respects you, and that's us. The rest, they're just relatives." He smiled and nodded, as if he finally understood. I knew then that no matter who was absent from his life, he would never feel incomplete. We were enough. Years later, Alan lost everything. He never managed to rebuild his life, And the last thing we heard about him was that he was living off favors from friends, always relying on other people's generosity. The messages and pleas for help stopped coming, and finally, silence settled over everything. I never felt any remorse. Everyone chooses their own path, and Alan had chosen his. Meanwhile, Lisa and I finally achieved our dreams. We saved enough to travel the world, and when Mark graduated from high school, we took a long family trip, starting with Europe. I remember the joy in Mark's eyes as we walked through the streets of Paris, trying new foods and laughing together as if nothing else in the world mattered. In the end, cutting ties had been the best decision we ever made. We built a true family, one based on love and mutual respect, free from the weight of people who only drained our energy. I learned that sometimes to live fully, you have to walk away from everything that ties you to the past. Today, when I look back, I don't miss anyone. I don't miss the fake family gatherings, the impossible expectations, or the relatives who only knew how to demand. My family is Lisa and Mark, and it always will be. Now on to the next story. Story 4. My name's Jake. I'm 30 years old, and I used to think my family was, well, not perfect, but normal enough. We weren't the kind to scream across the dinner table or throw plates. My mom always made sure every Thanksgiving looked like one of those magazine spreads. Golden turkey, candles, the whole warm and fuzzy vibe. But the older I got, the more I realized that what looked perfect from the outside was just a cover for something cold and rotting underneath. You ever walk into a family gathering and instantly feel like you don't belong? That was me every single year. Except this year it hit different, because this time they didn't even try to hide it. I pulled into the driveway at 3:58 p.m. sharp. Same as always. My mom hated when anyone was late. Dinner's at 4 o'clock. Not whenever you feel like it. I parked behind my sister Megan's car, a brand new Lexus SUV. The one she posted about on Facebook with the caption, "Hard work pays off." What she didn't mention, of course, was that Mom had co-signed the loan and helped with the down payment. I walked up the front steps with a pumpkin pie I'd baked the night before, still warm, still smelling like cinnamon and vanilla. I'd been looking forward to this Thanksgiving, not because I love the company, but because I thought maybe this year things would be different. Maybe Mom and I would actually talk. Maybe Megan wouldn't act like I was invisible. Maybe Uncle Rob wouldn't bring up the job thing. I should have known better. The front door opened before I even knocked. Uncle Rob stood there, beer in hand, his usual smirk plastered across his face. "Well, look who decided to show up," he said, leaning on the door frame. "Didn't think you'd have the guts after last year." I blinked. "Hi to you too, Rob. What's that supposed to mean?" He took a slow sip of his drink and said, almost casually, "Mom didn't tell you? You're not welcome here this time." He let the words hang in the air like a bad smell. For a moment I thought he was joking. He always liked to push buttons, and I wasn't about to give him the reaction he wanted. But then I saw my mom in the hallway behind him, her expression unreadable. She didn't step forward. She didn't say a word. She just gave this tiny, almost nervous laugh, like she'd been caught in something, and said, "Oh, Rob, stop. Don't be so dramatic. Let him in." But her tone wasn't the usual warm one. It was thin, sharp, controlled, the kind of voice people use when they're trying to manage a situation without losing face. I stepped inside anyway, setting the pie on the counter in the kitchen. The air smelled like roasted turkey and tension. Megan was by the table, adjusting the silverware, humming to herself. She barely looked up when I walked in. "You brought pie?" she asked, like I'd shown up with a bucket of dirt. "We already have 2. Mom made one, and Ryan brought one too." Ryan, her boyfriend, or as Mom liked to call him, the son she never had. I bit back a sigh. "Guess you'll have plenty of dessert then," I said, trying to keep my tone light. I'd been working on keeping things calm this year. No arguments, no letting anyone drag me into the usual games. But the second Ryan walked in from the living room, wearing a sweater that looked like it cost more than my month's rent, I knew it was going to be a long night. He grinned like he owned the place. "Jake, my man," he said, patting me on the back. "Still at that warehouse job?" He didn't even wait for an answer before continuing. "Got to admire that consistency. Loyalty. right? I smiled tightly. Yeah, something like that. He laughed, oblivious. Or maybe not. Well, everyone's got to start somewhere. Megan giggled. Mom pretended to adjust the oven timer. Uncle Rob chuckled into his drink. It was like a synchronized performance, one I'd seen too many times before. I sat down at the corner of the table, the spot I'd always taken since I was a kid. It was a small thing, but it was my spot between the window and the cabinet, right where I could see outside if things got too loud. But before I could pull the chair out, Mom said without even looking up, "Oh, honey, I actually moved the seating around this year." I froze mid-step. "What do you mean?" She smiled, the kind of smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Well, Ryan's joining us, so I thought it made sense for him to sit there. You can take the chair by the hallway, the one half a meter from the kitchen door, the one nobody ever sat in because it was too close to the traffic." I hesitated, trying to swallow the sting. "Sure," I said finally, forcing a laugh. "Guess I've been demoted." Ryan laughed again, loudly, too loudly, and pulled the chair out like he was settling into a throne. I sat down at the new spot, feeling the weight of the shift. Every detail screamed that I didn't belong. Megan and Ryan chatted about some vacation they'd taken. Mom asked questions, smiling and nodding. Uncle Rob threw in jokes. And me? I sat quietly, cutting small pieces of turkey, pretending to enjoy myself while my chest tightened. The thing is, I wasn't angry yet. I was just tired. Tired of being the extra piece, the spare part. Every year it was something small. A forgotten birthday, a casual dig, a joke that went too far. And I always let it go because that's what you do with family, right? You let it go. You tell yourself they don't mean it. But sitting there, listening to Ryan brag about closing deals while my mom hung on every word, something in me started to shift. I caught myself glancing at my phone, at the message I drafted weeks ago but never sent. It was a simple text, just a few lines, but it had the power to change everything. I'd written it after something that happened last spring. Something none of them knew about, something that, if I sent it, would make the cracks in this family impossible to ignore. Not yet, I told myself. I kept my phone face down and tried to focus on the sound of forks and plates, the clinking of glasses. For a while, it almost felt normal again, until Mom leaned back and said in that too casual tone she used when she wanted to twist the knife, "So, Jake, any news about that promotion you didn't get?" My fork paused halfway to my mouth. The room went quiet for half a beat. Then Megan snickered. "Mom," she said, pretending to scold her. "Be nice." But her eyes were gleaming. Ryan smirked. Uncle Rob muttered, "Guess hard work doesn't always pay off." I set my fork down slowly, my pulse rising. "Nope," I said, my voice steady. "Didn't get it. But it's fine." Mom gave that tight smile again. "Oh, honey, don't say that. You should really be aiming higher. You know, you're too smart to waste your time there. Maybe talk to Ryan. He knows people." It wasn't the words. It was the tone, the pitying, condescending tone that made it sound like I'd failed some unspoken family test. I looked at her for a long second, waiting to see if there was any trace of the mom I remembered. The one who used to bring me soup when I was sick. The one who cheered the loudest at my high school graduation. But she just turned away, asking Megan to pass the cranberry sauce. That was the moment I realized something had broken a long time ago. I'd just been pretending it hadn't. The rest of dinner passed in a blur. Laughter that didn't include me. Stories I wasn't a part of. I helped clear the dishes afterward, mostly out of habit. As I was setting the last plate down, I heard Uncle Rob call from the living room. "Hey, Jake, you heading out already? Don't forget your pie." No one touched it. I turned around. He was grinning. My mom was standing beside him, arms crossed, not saying a word. That's when the silence between us finally snapped. Not out loud yet, but inside me. I looked at my phone again, the unsent message glowing faintly on the screen. And for the first time, I didn't just think about sending it. I wanted to. Before I could decide, my mom said softly, "Jake, don't make this a scene." "Okay." And that was it. That one sentence, the casual dismissal, the warning, like I was some ticking bomb she had to manage. I nodded, grabbed my jacket, and walked toward the door. My uncle stepped aside just enough to make it clear I was being let out, not seen off. The cold air hit me as I stepped outside, but it felt better than the air in that house. I sat in my car for a long minute, hands on the steering wheel, heart pounding. I stared at the message again, thumb hovering over the send button. And that's when I saw something. Something on my mom's phone through the living room window. She'd picked it up, smiling at whatever Ryan was showing her. My pie still sat on the counter, untouched. My seat taken, my place erased. I hit send. When I pulled out of Mom's driveway, my hands were shaking. Not from anger, at least not at first. It was that kind of hollow, quiet exhaustion that comes when you realize the people who are supposed to love you unconditionally just don't. The text I'd sent was still glowing on my phone screen. Those gray check marks sitting there like tiny promises. I didn't know what would happen next, but for once I didn't care. I'd been silent long enough. It took 20 minutes for my phone to buzz. One message, then another, then a call, then another. By the time I got home, my screen was lit up with a dozen missed calls from family members, half from numbers I hadn't seen in months. I didn't answer any of them. I put the phone face down on the counter, poured myself a glass of water, and sat there listening to the refrigerator hum. The message I'd sent wasn't long, just a few sentences, but it said everything they'd spent years pretending not to hear. Mom, I know what you did with Grandpa's money. I know about the transfer, and I know Megan knows too. You might want to tell everyone before I do. I hadn't planned to send it today. I'd written it months ago after finding out something I wasn't supposed to know. Grandpa had left a small inheritance when he passed. A few thousand to each grandchild, supposedly. But when I went to check with the attorney handling his estate, he told me my portion had already been claimed by Mom, with Megan's signature on the same form. They'd taken it. Mine and probably others. When I confronted Mom about it back then, she said it was a clerical mistake and promised to fix it. Then weeks passed, then months, and suddenly I was the problem for bringing it up. So yeah, when Uncle Rob told me I wasn't welcome and Mom gave my seat to her favorite daughter's boyfriend, that was it. That was the moment I realized they were never going to make it right unless I forced it. I sat in the dark for a while, replaying the dinner in my head. Mom's fake smile, Megan's smugness, Ryan's jokes. I told myself I wasn't angry, but anger has a way of sneaking up on you. By the time I went to bed, my heart was pounding. The next morning, my phone rang again. It was Megan. I almost ignored it, but curiosity got the better of me. I answered. Jake, what did you do? Her voice was sharp, defensive. I sent a message, I said flatly. To Mom during dinner? You seriously couldn't wait. Why wait? You both have been lying to everyone for months. You don't know what you're talking about. Oh, I do, I said quietly. The attorney told me everything. The date, the amount, the signatures, yours and hers. There was a pause on the line. Then, you're pathetic. You know that? Grandpa wanted Mom to handle it. You wouldn't even know what to do with the money. I almost laughed, right? Because you and Ryan really needed that new Lexus? Her silence was louder than any insult. Then she said, You've always been jealous. You can't stand that I'm actually successful. Mom helps me because I earn it. By stealing? By being worth helping. You wouldn't understand that, she snapped. And then she hung up. I sat there for a long time, staring at the dead call screen, my coffee going cold. The worst part wasn't even what she said. It was how easily she said it, like she'd been waiting for the chance. By noon, I started getting texts from cousins. One said, Dude, what's going on? Your mom's crying. Another said, You really sent that message at dinner, old man? And then one from my aunt, Uncle Rob's wife, You did the right thing. Finally, that last one caught me off guard. Apparently, it hadn't taken long for the chaos to spread. Aunt Karen told me later that after I left, Mom tried to act normal, but Uncle Rob had seen the message flash across her phone. He asked her about it in front of everyone. When she refused to answer, he pressed harder. Then the arguing started. Half the table sided with her, half didn't. Someone brought up how she'd handled Grandpa's estate, and all the whispers turned into shouting. By the time dessert was supposed to be served, people were grabbing coats and walking out. So yeah, I hadn't planned on ruining Thanksgiving, but apparently that's what I did. The next few days were a blur of silence and guilt and, honestly, relief. I didn't go to work that Friday. Couldn't. I kept thinking about Grandpa, how he used to tell me, "Jake, you can't pick your family, but you can decide how much power they get over you." I never really understood that until now. On Saturday morning, there was a knock on my door. I looked through the peephole and felt my stomach drop. Mom. She looked tired. Her hair was messy and her eyes were red. For a second, I almost felt sorry for her. Then she spoke. "Can I come in?" she asked softly. I hesitated, then stepped aside. She walked in slowly, glancing around my small apartment like she was stepping into foreign territory. "Jake," she started. "I don't know what you think you know, but I know enough," I interrupted. She sighed. "You've always been so quick to assume the worst." I didn't steal anything. I just moved things around. Megan needed help with her loan, and it was temporary. You know I was going to make it right. "Then why didn't you?" Her lips pressed together. "Because I thought you'd understand." "Understand what?" "That you chose her over me again." "Don't make it sound like that," she said sharply. "You're fine. You don't need as much as she does." It was like hearing my childhood condensed into one sentence. I laughed. An ugly, humorless sound. "You've been saying that my whole life. When you gave her my bike for Christmas. When you paid her rent, but told me to be independent. When you let her take credit for the business idea I came up with. Every time you said, 'Jake doesn't need it.' But you know what, Mom? I did. I needed fairness. I needed respect." She looked stunned, like she hadn't expected me to push back. "You're being dramatic." "Am I? You literally told me I wasn't welcome in my own family's house. That was Rob. He was drinking. You know how he gets. You didn't stop him." Her mouth opened, then closed. She turned away. "You're just trying to make me feel guilty," she said quietly. "Well, it's working. Congratulations." And then, like she couldn't stand another second of silence, she said, "You need to delete that message now before it spreads any further." I almost couldn't believe what I was hearing. "You came here to clean up the mess, not to apologize." "This isn't about cleaning up. It's about family," she snapped, her voice cracking. "You're tearing us apart." I stared at her for a long time. "No, Mom. You did that when you decided fairness was optional." She stood there, trembling, then muttered, "I should have known you'd turn into your father." And with that, she grabbed her purse and stormed out. The door slammed so hard that one of my picture frames rattled off the wall. I didn't pick it up. That night, I got another call, this time from my cousin Sam. He was the quiet one in the family, the one who stayed out of drama. "Hey," he said, "just so you know, everyone's talking about what happened. Apparently, Uncle Rob's threatening to tell the rest of the family about the inheritance thing. Mom says he's furious." "Good," I said, maybe too quickly. "Jake, what did you send exactly?" I told him word for word. There was a pause, then a low whistle. "Damn," he said. "That's going to blow up big time." It already had. By Sunday, Megan posted something on Facebook. One of those vague, passive-aggressive statuses that everyone knows is about someone specific. Some people just can't handle seeing others succeed. Jealousy is a disease. Get well soon. The comments were full of sympathy from her friends. Mom even left a heart emoji. I didn't comment. I didn't need to. But as the weekend went on, the guilt started to mix with something else. Curiosity. If half the family had walked out, that meant the truth was finally spreading. Maybe this was my chance to set everything straight. I started digging. Old emails, bank statements, the estate paperwork. The more I found, the worse it looked. It wasn't just my share. Mom had quietly redirected funds from multiple accounts, some belonging to cousins, one even under Grandpa's old veteran's benefit. And she'd been doing it for years. That's when I realized this wasn't about a few thousand anymore. It was about a pattern, a system. She'd built her whole sense of control around the idea that no one would ever question her. Until now. By Monday, the family chat was on fire. Accusations, defenses, screenshots. People were choosing sides. Some still defended her. She's done so much for everyone. Stop attacking her. Others wanted answers. And through it all, Mom stayed silent. Until that evening. She called again. This time, I let it go to voicemail. Her voice was shaky but controlled. Jake, you've made your point. You've embarrassed me enough. But if you think I'm going to let you destroy this family, you're wrong. You have no idea what you've started. I played the message twice, then 3 times because she was right. I really didn't know what I'd started. And the next day, I'd find out just how far she'd go to protect her lies. The next few weeks felt like someone had pressed pause on my life and forgot to hit play again. My phone became this constant reminder of everything that had exploded. Unread messages, half-hearted apologies, and plenty of accusations. I stopped answering after a while. Every ping made my chest tighten, so I turned off notifications altogether. Silence felt safer. At first, I thought I'd feel vindicated. I told the truth, right? I'd finally stood up for myself after years of being dismissed. But the reality of it hit harder than I expected. Family doesn't just disappear quietly. It collapses in slow motion, and you feel every crack. I started noticing little things. My aunt stopped liking my posts online. My cousins stopped inviting me to game nights. Even people who'd once told me they understood began keeping their distance. Nobody wanted to pick sides, so they just picked silence. And silence, when you're already alone, feels like a verdict. Work wasn't much better. I was distracted, constantly checking my phone, waiting for the next blow. My manager, Eric, pulled me aside one day and said, "Jake, you're off your game. You okay, man?" "Yeah." I lied. He didn't push, just gave me that look. The kind people give when they know you're not fine but also know they can't fix it. Then the rumors started spreading beyond family. Somehow, word of the Thanksgiving incident leaked out to my extended relatives. People I hadn't seen in years started calling, asking what had happened. Some wanted gossip. Others wanted to lecture me about forgiveness. But none of them knew the whole story. None of them knew what it was like growing up constantly second to Megan. How every success I had was quietly minimized while every stumble was turned into a talking point. How Mom had always justified it. "She's younger, Jake. She needs more support." But support turned into favoritism, and favoritism turned into betrayal. I remember sitting at my kitchen table one night, scrolling through old family photos on my laptop. There was one of me and Megan at Christmas maybe 15 years ago. She was unwrapping a shiny new phone, the latest model at the time. I had a pair of gloves. Mom's caption under the picture read, "Jake being such a good big brother." I stared at it for a long time, realizing that caption was the whole story. Me expected to be good, patient, understanding while everyone else took. For a while, I stopped visiting social media entirely. I'd go to work, come home, heat up leftovers, and stare at my walls. There was a dullness to everything, like color had drained out of my days. I didn't even bake anymore. Not since the pie incident. That felt symbolic in a way I couldn't quite explain. Then one morning, I got a call from Aunt Karen, the same one who'd texted me saying, "You did the right thing." Her voice was cautious but kind. "Jake, honey, I just wanted to check in. I know things are messy, but I'm proud of you. You told the truth, and that matters." It was the first kind thing anyone in my family had said to me in weeks. She went on, telling me how Uncle Rob had been digging into the financial mess. Turns out I'd barely scratched the surface. Mom had been using Grandpa's estate funds for years to support Megan, covering loans, paying off credit cards, even investing in some online boutique she'd started. And when that business tanked, Mom had quietly paid off the losses with what was supposed to be family money. Hearing that didn't make me feel better. It made me feel worse because I realized I'd been right, but being right didn't fix anything. It just left ashes. For a while, I tried to focus on rebuilding routine. I started jogging again. At first, it was pathetic. I couldn't even make it around the block without gasping. But there was something grounding about the rhythm, the air, the burn in my lungs. It was the first thing in weeks that made me feel in control. After work, I started taking online courses. Not for a degree, not yet. Just random ones. A marketing course. A basic accounting one. A creative writing workshop, because I'd always liked stories but never had the confidence to try writing one myself. I didn't tell anyone. It felt private, sacred, almost something that was just mine. Around that time, Eric at work offered me a chance to shadow a logistics coordinator. "You've got a good eye for detail," he said. "You should consider moving up." For the first time in a long time, I said yes to something without second-guessing. The days turned into weeks, and I started to feel a quiet steadiness forming where the chaos had been. My apartment didn't feel empty anymore, felt peaceful. I'd light a candle at night, make tea, and just sit. There's a strange kind of healing that comes from solitude, but only when you stop seeing it as punishment. Then one night, as I was wrapping up an online class, I got an email from Megan. The subject line was just, "We need to talk." I almost deleted it without opening, but curiosity won. She wrote, "Jake, I don't know how much you've heard, but Mom's not doing well. She's been calling around trying to fix things, but people aren't answering. Aunt Karen won't speak to her. Uncle Rob told everyone about the accounts. Ryan's been avoiding the family group chat. She's falling apart. Jake, please don't let this get worse." No apology, no acknowledgement, just a plea to protect the person who broke everything. I didn't respond, not because I didn't care, but because I finally realized I wasn't responsible for holding this family together anymore. A week later, Aunt Karen invited me over for coffee. Felt strange walking into her house after everything. Same floral curtains, same smell of cinnamon, same family photos lining the wall, except one frame was missing. A big one. The Thanksgiving photo from a few years back. The one where everyone was smiling like nothing was wrong. She noticed me staring. "I took it down," she said simply. "Didn't feel right keeping lies on display." We sat at the kitchen table, and she told me how the family was splitting into two camps. Some were furious at Mom, others were blaming me, and a few, surprisingly, were thanking me privately for finally saying what everyone had suspected. Then she said something I didn't expect. "Jake, Grandpa left something else. Not money. A letter. I found it in one of his boxes when we were cleaning out storage." She handed me a folded, yellowed envelope. My name was written on the front in Grandpa's careful handwriting. My hands trembled as I opened it. Inside was a short note. "Jake, families get lost sometimes. Don't waste your life trying to find people who don't want to be found. Build your own peace. That's how you win." Grandpa. I don't know how long I sat there staring at that letter, but something in me shifted again. Not the sharp, angry kind of shift this time, but something calmer, like my shoulders had been carrying a weight I hadn't realized was optional. When I got home that night, I framed the letter. It sits on my desk now, right next to my laptop. Every time I start doubting myself, I read it again. The funny thing about hitting rock bottom is that you stop fearing the fall. Once you've seen everything crumble, you stop trying to control what's out of your hands. You start focusing on what's left. And sometimes what's left is enough. By late February, things at work had picked up. I was officially training for the coordinator position. My pay wasn't huge, but it was stable. I even started saving a little again. And in that small, growing sense of independence, I found a new kind of confidence, one that didn't need validation from anyone named family. Then, just as things were settling, I got a text from an unknown number one evening. "Hey, Jake, it's Ryan. Can we talk?" I stared at it for a long time. The same guy who'd laughed about my job, who'd sat in my seat at Thanksgiving like it belonged to him. He wanted to talk now. I didn't respond right away, but curiosity, and maybe a faint flicker of unfinished anger, kept me from deleting it. The next day, another message came. "It's about your mom. She did something, man. You need to see this." And just like that, all the quiet peace I'd been building cracked a little. Because no matter how far I'd come, there was still one thing I hadn't faced. The storm that was still brewing inside that family. I didn't know it then, but what Ryan was about to tell me would make Thanksgiving look like a warm-up. And this time, I wouldn't be the one losing everything. When I finally agreed to meet Ryan, I told myself it wasn't about revenge. It was about clarity, about tying up the last loose thread so I could move on. But the truth is, somewhere deep down, I already knew this was the start of something else. Something bigger. We met at a small cafe on the edge of town, the kind of quiet place where nobody knows you and nobody asks questions. Ryan was already there when I arrived, sitting in a corner booth with a coffee he hadn't touched. He looked different. Not polished and confident like he'd been at Thanksgiving, more like someone who hadn't slept in days. When he saw me, he gave this small, nervous smile. "Hey, Jake. Thanks for coming." I slid into the booth across from him. "You said you had something to show me." He nodded and pulled out his phone, swiping through a few photos before handing it over. What I saw made my stomach drop. Screenshots, bank statements, transfers, all from Mom's accounts. Only this time, the transactions weren't just about Grandpa's inheritance. There were more recent ones. Large amounts of money being moved around under a different name. I scrolled, reading each line carefully, the numbers blurring together. "What am I looking at?" I asked quietly. "She's been doing this for months," Ryan said. "After you sent that message," she panicked. "Started moving money from Megan's business accounts into her own. Told her it was temporary." I looked up. "And you're telling me this because?" "Because Megan doesn't know yet," he said, lowering his voice. "And when she finds out, it's going to blow up even worse than before." I leaned back in my chair, letting out a long breath. "Why are you even involved? Last I checked, you were pretty comfortable in all this." He ran a hand through his hair. "I was. But your mom." She crossed the line. "She took money from one of my investments, too. Said she'd pay it back once things settled. But now the bank's asking questions. I can't afford to go down with her." "So now you want my help?" Ryan nodded slowly. "Look, I get it. I was a jerk. You don't owe me anything. But you've got proof. People already believe you. If you expose her again, this time with everything, the whole story comes out. Every transfer, every lie. No one can cover for her anymore." I studied him for a moment, trying to decide if this was genuine or just another move in some power game. But then he said something that stuck. "She's not scared of me, Jake. She's scared of you, because you're the only one who ever called her out." For a long moment, I didn't say anything. I just sat there, watching the light reflect off my coffee cup. That same quiet part of me that had spent years swallowing pride and pain was whispering, "Let it go. Just move on." But another voice, the one I tried to bury, whispered louder, "No, not this time." I looked back at Ryan. "Send me everything you've got." He blinked. "You're serious?" "Dead serious." That night, my inbox filled with files, bank statements, emails, even voice memos Mom had sent Megan where she casually mentioned borrowing money. I downloaded everything and backed it up twice. Then I spent the next few hours organizing it all, dates, amounts, recipients, a paper trail so clear it could make a lawyer salivate. As I worked, something strange happened. The anger that had been simmering for months turned into focus. For the first time in a long while, I wasn't just reacting. I was planning. Over the next week, I reached out quietly to the people who'd walked out of Thanksgiving. Aunt Karen, Cousin Sam, even Uncle Rob. I told them I had proof. Not rumors, not accusations, but hard evidence. They didn't hesitate. "Whatever you need," Karen said. "She's been manipulating us for years." Sam offered to help me organize everything legally. Rob said he had contacts in the local paper, a columnist who covered community scandals and financial fraud. At first, I wasn't sure if I wanted to go that far. It felt too public, too final. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized something. My mom had built her entire identity around reputation. To her, image was reality. The perfect family, the generous mother, the moral compass. Take that away and the whole structure collapsed. And maybe that's what she needed, to see what it felt like to lose control. Still, I wanted to do it right. No chaos, no yelling, just truth stripped bare. So I started laying the groundwork. I drafted a timeline of events, backed it with receipts and bank logs. Sam helped me organize it into a folder, one for the lawyer, one for the reporter, one for the family. Then I wrote a statement. Simple, factual, but impossible to misinterpret. I spent hours fine-tuning every line. No emotion, no blame, just facts. Over the last 2 years, significant funds from the family estate and related business accounts have been redirected without authorization. Attached are records of the transactions. All evidence has been verified. The truth deserves to be known. When I finally finished, I sat back in my chair, staring at the screen. My hand hovered over the mouse. Part of me hesitated. Not because I doubted what I was doing, but because I knew once this went out, there'd be no undoing it. And then I thought about Thanksgiving, about Uncle Rob blocking the doorway, about my mom laughing softly as she gave my seat away, about the way she'd looked at me. Not with disappointment, but with contempt. That memory burned away any hesitation left. I hit save, but I didn't send it yet. Timing mattered. If I was going to do this, it had to hit when she least expected it, and when she couldn't twist it into another narrative. So I waited. Meanwhile, I kept my distance. Ryan texted occasionally with updates. Apparently, Megan had started noticing missing funds and was asking questions. Mom had brushed it off as confusion, but the tension was building. It was only a matter of time before something snapped. A few days later, I got an invitation. A family dinner at Megan's house, supposedly to talk things through. A setup. I knew it the second I saw the message. But instead of declining, I said yes. That night, I stood in front of my mirror, buttoning my shirt with slow, deliberate calm. I didn't feel nervous. I felt ready. When I arrived, everyone was already there. Mom, Megan, even Uncle Rob. The air was thick with forced politeness. Mom smiled the way people do when they're trying to keep from screaming. "Jake," she said, standing to greet me. "Thank you for coming." I gave a small nod. Didn't want to miss the show. Her smile faltered for half a second before she gestured toward a seat. "Let's talk as a family." I sat, watching her carefully. Megan looked uneasy, like she knew something was coming, but didn't know what. Ryan avoided my eyes. Mom cleared her throat. "I've been told you've been collecting information. False information, I might add." "Nothing false," I said. "Just facts." "Jake, you don't understand how these things work," she said smoothly. "Families handle things privately. Going around spreading accusations only hurts everyone." "Funny," I said. "You weren't worried about privacy when you forged my signature." Her face twitched, the mask slipping for just a second. "That was an oversight." "No," I said quietly. "That was theft." The room went still. Megan's fork froze halfway to her mouth. Ryan stared at his plate. Mom leaned forward, her voice dropping. "I see. You think you're some kind of hero, don't you? You have no idea what I've done for this family." I met her gaze. "No, Mom. You have no idea what I'm about to do." And as her expression hardened, I realized this was it. The moment everything would tip. Because sitting there across from the woman who'd made me feel small my entire life, I finally saw her for what she was. Not powerful, not untouchable, just desperate. And she had no idea what was coming next. I smiled slightly, leaned back in my chair and said, "You'll find out soon enough." Then I stood, grabbed my coat, and walked out, leaving her frozen in that perfect picture of control she'd spent her whole life curating. The next morning, I opened my laptop, took a deep breath, and hovered over the folder labeled The Truth. And just before I hit send, my phone buzzed with a message from Ryan. "She's panicking. She knows you have everything. Do it now." So I did. And by the time the sun set, the first ripple had already started spreading. One email sent to everyone who'd ever believed her. The truth was finally on its way. The fallout began quietly. It was almost anticlimactic at first. No explosion, no screaming. Just the faint digital hum of an email traveling across the internet, landing in inboxes all at once. I sent it to every relative who had ever pretended not to see what was happening. Aunts, uncles, cousins, even a few old family friends who'd always called my mom an inspiration. Within an hour, my phone started buzzing. By the third hour, it wouldn't stop. I didn't answer any calls. I just sat there in my apartment, watching the chaos unfold in real time. The group chat exploded, messages pouring in so fast I could barely read them before another wave hit. "Is this real? Tell me this isn't true. Oh my God. She forged signatures?" And then the text started coming from her. Jake, what have you done? You don't understand what you've unleashed. Mom, please take it down. We can fix this. But there was no fixing it. The files spoke for themselves. The first real shockwave hit when Uncle Rob called me. She's losing it, Jake. Denying everything. Megan's furious. Apparently half her business account is gone. Ryan's confirming all of it. I don't know what you started, but she's done. I didn't reply right away. I just listened to him breathe on the other end. His tone somewhere between shock and grim satisfaction. Done. How? I finally asked. She's finished, he said. Everyone knows. Karen's already sent the documents to the rest of the family. Even the ones who defended her are backing away. It's over. But it wasn't over. Not yet. 2 days later, my mom's perfect world began to crack in public. The local columnist, the one Uncle Rob had mentioned, picked up the story. The headline was short, almost surgical. Local woman accused of mismanaging family estate funds. They didn't use our last name, but everyone knew. Small towns have a way of connecting the dots faster than any journalist can. Within 24 hours, her social media accounts vanished. Megan's boutique page, the one Mom had secretly funded, went dark. And then, like the final domino, Mom's job at the local community foundation was temporarily suspended pending review. I found out through a mutual acquaintance that the board had discovered irregularities in donation records. Apparently, she'd used her position to funnel money into side projects for Megan. She thought she was untouchable. But once the truth started surfacing, it all came apart. Neat, orderly, and irreversible. It was strange watching it unfold from the sidelines. I didn't feel triumphant exactly, more like quiet relief. For years, she'd controlled the narrative. Every argument ended with her winning. Every confrontation ended with me apologizing. But this time, there was nothing she could twist. The truth didn't care about her charm. One evening, about a week after everything went public, there was a knock on my door. I knew it was her before I even looked through the peephole. She stood there in a long gray coat, her hair disheveled, her eyes tired. For the first time in my life, she looked small. Not the commanding, composed woman I'd grown up fearing. Just a person, fragile and lost. "Can I come in?" she asked softly. I didn't answer right away. Then I opened the door and stepped aside. She walked in slowly, her eyes darting around the apartment like she was seeing a stranger's life. "You've been busy," she murmured, glancing at the framed letter from Grandpa on my desk. I folded my arms. "You've lost everything, haven't you?" She flinched. "You think this makes you better than me?" "No," I said. "It just means I finally stopped letting you take from me." She sighed, sinking onto the edge of the couch. "You don't understand, Jake. I did what I had to do. You've never had a family to take care of." "I had this family," I said quietly. "And look how that turned out." For a long time, she didn't speak. The clock ticked in the background, steady and indifferent. Then she said, "They're all turning on me, even Megan. She says she wants nothing to do with me." "She's probably scared," I said. "But now she knows what it feels like." Her lips trembled slightly. "I never meant for it to go this far." "That's the thing about lying," I said. "It always goes further than you think." She looked up at me then, really looked. "You're proud of this, aren't you? Destroying your own mother." I met her gaze. "No. I'm proud I finally told the truth." She stood slowly, straightening her coat. "You'll regret this one day. Families always find ways to forgive." "Maybe," I said, "but not this one." And then I opened the door. She hesitated, like she wanted to say more, but instead she stepped outside. "Goodbye, Mom." She turned her head slightly, then walked down the hall without another word. That was the last time I saw her. The weeks that followed were surreal. My name started popping up in whispered conversations. Some people called me brave. Others said I'd gone too far. Megan sent one message a few days later. "I don't know whether to hate you or thank you." I didn't reply. Some things don't need responses. Ryan, surprisingly, ended up helping me more than I expected. He testified when the foundation's auditors came asking questions, confirming every detail about the financial transfers. I didn't need to lift a finger after that. The system did the rest. Mom was quietly removed from her position. Megan's boutique shut down within the month. The family, once so carefully held together by appearances, fractured for good. But unlike before, I didn't feel like the outcast. I felt free. I took a few weeks off work after that. Used the time to get out of town, drive along the coast, clear my head. Somewhere along that drive, I realized how different everything felt. No more waiting for someone to validate me. No more measuring my worth through her approval. One morning, I stopped at a diner off Highway 23. The waitress brought me coffee, and as I stared out at the ocean, I caught myself smiling. Not a big grin, just a quiet, content kind of smile. The kind that sneaks up on you when you realize you've survived something that was supposed to break you. When I got back home, I opened the box that held old family photos. Birthdays, Christmases, vacations. For the first time, I didn't feel that old ache of wanting to belong. I felt distance, perspective. I took out one picture. Me, Grandpa, and Megan back when we were kids, sitting on the porch with melting popsicles. He was laughing in that deep, warm way he used to. I put the photo next to his letter on my desk. They belonged together. A few months later, Aunt Karen invited me over for Easter dinner. "We're keeping it small," she said. "Just the ones who actually like each other." That made me laugh. It was the first real laugh in a long time. When I walked into her house that day, there was no tension, no forced smiles, just family. The kind that stayed after everything else fell apart. As dinner ended, Karen raised her glass and said, "To new beginnings." And for once, I didn't feel like I was pretending to be part of something. I was part of it. After dinner, I stepped outside for some air. The evening light was soft, and the air smelled like spring rain. My phone buzzed. A new email notification. It was from the lawyer handling Grandpa's estate. The subject line read, "Final distribution notice." I opened it. Turns out the court had finally cleared the inheritance accounts after months of legal mess. My portion, the one Mom had stolen years ago, had been recovered in full. It wasn't a fortune, just enough to start over. But that wasn't what made me smile. What made me smile was knowing that the cycle had finally ended. The taking, the lying, the pretending. I closed the email, took a deep breath, and looked out at the fading sunset. For the first time in my life, I wasn't chasing peace. I had it, and that was worth more than anything she ever took. Now on to the next story. Story 5. They say family is supposed to be your safe place. The people who love you for who you are, no matter what. But in my case, my family treated me like an invisible stain. Something they were embarrassed to acknowledge, but couldn't quite scrub out of the picture. I'm Mateo Reyes, 33 years old, and I hadn't been to a family reunion in over a decade. Not by accident. I stopped going on purpose after years of being the punchline to every joke, the scapegoat for every petty grudge, and the outsider who was never good enough to be invited inside. Growing up, I was the quiet one, the odd one out. My cousins were loud, flashy, always competing over cars, vacations, and Instagram followers. My sister Camila was the golden child, prom queen, Ivy League graduate, married to a real estate broker with 3 kids and a golden retriever. My parents, especially my mom, loved parading her around like she was some sort of trophy that validated all their parenting decisions. And me? I was the weird kid who liked books more than basketball, who volunteered at the library instead of sneaking beer into the garage with the other teens. I was the one who fixed the internet when it went down, who helped my aunts fill out online tax forms, but somehow was still treated like the family's live-in tech support/failure. What really got me was how my relatives could twist anything into a dig. When I took a year off after high school to take care of my sick grandfather, the only person in the family who actually treated me like a human being, they all whispered that I was too lazy for college. When I worked nights as a janitor to save up for med school, my Aunt Carmen called me a glorified mop boy. I remember her cackling with a glass of cheap Chardonnay in her hand, telling my mom, "At least my son's in finance, not scrubbing toilets in the R like Mateo." I was standing 2 feet away when she said it. She didn't even bother to lower her voice, but I never fired back. Not once. I swallowed it over and over again because I knew something they didn't. I was building something. See, the same year they laughed at me for mopping floors, I got accepted into one of the top pre-med programs in the country. I studied during lunch breaks. I aced my MCATs while living in a cramped apartment above a laundromat, eating instant noodles 6 nights a week. I put myself through med school with scholarships, grants, and pure stubbornness. I didn't post about it. I didn't share graduation photos or announce my residency match on social media. I didn't need to prove anything. Not to them. But this year, my cousin Lucas was getting engaged, and the reunion was doubling as a celebration party. And for some reason, maybe a moment of masochism, maybe just plain curiosity, I said yes to the invitation. I booked a ticket back home for the first time in 11 years. My mom sounded stunned when I told her I'd be there. "Oh, well, that's nice," she said, her voice tight like she didn't know how to feel about it. She probably expected me to cancel last minute like always. I didn't. The event was being held at some rented vineyard outside San Diego. My family always liked to pretend they were richer than they were. The kind of place with string lights, overpriced cheese plates, and an outdoor patio perfect for pretending to be picture perfect. I arrived in a simple charcoal suit. Nothing flashy, no designer sunglasses, no Rolex, just me. The moment I stepped onto the patio, I saw the same dynamic I remembered. My mom fussing over Camila's kids while Camila accepted compliments like royalty. My uncle Eduardo bragging loudly about some stock tip he gave his neighbor that tripled overnight. And Aunt Carmen, still clutching a wine glass, standing in the middle like she was the queen of the damn place. The air was thick with that strange combination of fake affection and real judgment that only a family gathering can cook up. I didn't even get to say hello before Carmen spotted me. Well, she said, turning to the people around her. "Look who finally decided to show up. Thought you'd gotten lost in a sewer somewhere, Mateo." The group around her chuckled, even though it wasn't funny. She took a sip of her drink and then added with a smirk, "He cleans toilets for a living, you know? Can't believe he even showed up." For a second, I just stood there. I could feel the heat rising in my neck, but I forced a smile. "Hi, Carmen. Good to see you, too." I glanced around. "Nice place." She raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. "Must be a little fancy for you, huh?" Before I could answer, someone stepped up beside me. A tall guy in a slate blue suit with a sharp jawline and nervous eyes. "Hey, you must be Mateo," he said, reaching out his hand. "I'm Jared. I'm Lucas's fiancé." I shook his hand firmly. "Nice to meet you." He didn't let go right away. His grip tightened just slightly. His brow furrowed. "Wait," he muttered, eyes narrowing. He pulled out his phone and started typing something. Then his eyes widened. "Wait, you're Dr. Reyes?" "Mateo Reyes." The entire patio seemed to pause. Carmen actually froze mid-sip. Jared looked back up at me, his face pale now. "You're the guy who led that study on neural inflammation last year? The one that was in the Lancet? You presented at the Berlin Neurology Conference." A quiet gasp came from someone behind me. My sister, maybe. I smiled politely. "Yeah, that was me." Jared stared at me like I'd just grown wings. "My mentor at Stanford used your work in a case study. Said your paper changed how they approach post-concussion treatment. You're that Dr. Reyes." I gave a small nod. "The one and only." Silence. Then someone dropped a fork. Literally, it clinked against a wine glass, and everyone jolted like it was a firecracker. Carmen's mouth opened, but no words came out. Her eyes flicked to my suit, then my face, then back to Jared. "I thought you were a janitor," she said slowly, as if her brain couldn't quite compute. I turned to her, still calm. "I was, and I'm proud of that." No one laughed this time. The smug little smirks disappeared like smoke in the wind. But that was just the spark. What happened next? That was the wildfire. And trust me, it wasn't just Carmen who got burned. The moment passed like a stone sinking in still water. Slow, rippling, uncomfortable. Jared blinked, still visibly stunned. My Aunt Carmen, meanwhile, looked like someone had slapped her with a tax audit. She tried to laugh, that breathy fake chuckle she always used when her ego got bruised. Well, I mean anyone can be a doctor these days, she muttered, waving a limp hand like it was no big deal. Besides, it's not like you're a real doctor. You don't even do surgeries, right? Jared frowned. He's a neurologist, one of the most respected researchers in his field. Researcher? Sure, she said, sniffing. I thought doctors actually saved lives, not sat around writing essays. I didn't respond. I didn't need to. The silence was doing the work for me. Still, it was clear Carmen wasn't going to let go easily. I could already see it behind her eyes, that scramble to reassert dominance, to find some narrative that still kept me below her in her imagined pecking order. She nudged Uncle Eduardo with her elbow, whispering something that made him frown and glance at me sideways. It didn't take long for the whispers to spread. My cousin Isabella avoided eye contact. My mom looked conflicted. She didn't smile, didn't say a word, just sipped her rose and adjusted her sunglasses. Camila, on the other hand, came over with that perfectly measured, I'm pretending to be happy for you, but I actually want to crush your spirit grin. Mateo, she said in that sing-song tone, leaning in for a cheek kiss. Wow, a doctor. Who would have guessed? She chuckled and pulled back. I mean, considering you barely scraped through high school. I graduated summa cum laude, I said calmly. She blinked, caught off guard. Oh, well, that's nice. I got into Stanford for residency, I added, my voice polite. Turned it down for Johns Hopkins. Her smile tightened. You didn't mention any of this to Mom. I didn't think she was interested, I replied, letting the weight of that truth hang in the air. My mom hadn't asked me a real question about my life in over a decade. Not once. Camila tilted her head. Well, I'm glad you're doing well. It's inspiring. She paused, then dropped her voice. But maybe tone it down a bit tonight, okay? This party's about Lucas. There it was, the first attempt to shove me back into my box. I haven't said anything about myself, I said softly. Other people did. Camila raised a perfectly plucked brow. Still, you know how sensitive some people in the family can be. You mean you? She patted my arm like I was a child and walked away. I stood there watching her drift back to her circle of admirers, laughing a little too loudly as if to reclaim her spotlight. The evening wore on, and the temperature rose, not just the weather, but the mood. My relatives buzzed with the awkward energy of people who didn't quite know how to act anymore. My accomplishments didn't fit the story they'd built over the years. I wasn't supposed to be the successful one. I was the footnote, the disappointment, the maybe he'll figure it out eventually guy. Now suddenly the old hierarchy had cracked. But instead of reevaluating their behavior, they doubled down. At dinner, they stuck me at the far end of the long table, right between Cousin Marcos's two toddlers, who threw mashed potatoes at each other while screaming at the top of their lungs. I didn't mind the kids, they were just being kids, but it was clear the placement wasn't random. Camila sat at the center beside our parents. Carmen and Eduardo took the other end. I was out of the photos, out of the speeches. When the toast to Lucas and Jared began, I wasn't even handed a glass. Still, I clapped. When dessert came, my mom finally spoke to me. So, Mateo, she said, dabbing her mouth with a napkin, are you still renting that place in? Where was it? Baltimore? I bought a house last year, I said, keeping my tone neutral. About 10 minutes from campus. Oh, she said, blinking. That's unexpected. I've been there almost 7 years. She nodded, then looked past me. Did you hear about Camila's new kitchen renovation? She's adding marble countertops. Real marble. I told her it's a smart investment. Sounds nice, I said. She didn't ask what my kitchen looked like. Jared, bless him, kept trying to loop me into conversations. He asked about my research, about a patient I'd consulted on at a conference he attended. But every time he did, someone else in the family would pivot hard, changing the subject to Camila's kids, or Uncle Eduardo's golf tournament win, or Carmen's vacation photos from Cabo. Later, when the music started and people drifted to the patio again, I stepped outside for air. That's when I overheard them. Carmen's voice first. He's putting on a show. Doctors don't dress like that. Probably borrowed that suit. Eduardo, you think he's exaggerating? I bet he just works in a lab somewhere doing busy work. Government grants or whatever. Camila, I just don't get why he had to show up now. Like, after all this time, what's he trying to prove? And then my mother. I wish he'd told us what he was doing all these years. Maybe we could have helped. Helped? They had ignored my calls, skipped my graduation, and forwarded my birthday cards to the wrong address. I turned and walked back toward the edge of the patio, heels clicking on the flagstones. As I passed a group of cousins, one of them, Diego, chuckled and muttered, "Guess scrubbing toilets pays better than we thought." I paused, turned slowly, and looked at him. "You're still doing that crypto pyramid scheme thing, right?" He frowned. "It's not a pyramid. I read your site's fine print," I said, then walked on. The cracks were growing, but I wasn't there to fight. Not yet. I'd come for a reason, one no one knew about yet. And when it came out, when they saw what I'd really been working on, the look on their faces would be worth every bruise to my pride, every snide comment, every silent dinner. They thought this was the peak. They hadn't seen the summit. The night grew thicker with tension, the kind you could butter like bread. Laughter drifted from the dance floor, but it had a hollow ring to it, like everyone was pretending a little harder than usual. I stood near the bar sipping a ginger ale, quietly watching the dynamics unfold. My mother was talking animatedly to Camila about a summer internship for one of her kids. Probably the same one I tried to recommend to a colleague a year ago and got ghosted for. My name didn't come up once. Jared kept shooting me apologetic looks, clearly aware of the chill in the air. He had no idea what was brewing under the surface. I don't think any of them did, not even me, until that moment. I was about to slip away to my car. Just a quiet exit, no drama, when Camila intercepted me near the coat rack inside the main house. Her face was still perfectly arranged, but her eyes had that sharp glint she always got when she was about to cut deep. I knew that look. I'd been on the receiving end of it since we were kids. "Hey," she said, her voice casual. "You're not leaving, are you?" "I was thinking about it." She sighed. "I really wish you hadn't come." I blinked. "Excuse me? This night is for Lucas, and you've kind of hijacked it." I haven't said anything about myself unless someone asked me directly. Still, you know how this family works. Everything's a comparison. You show up after a decade, and suddenly everyone's whispering about you. "I can't control what they whisper," I said, keeping my voice calm. She folded her arms. "You could have at least warned us. Warned you that I'm not the failure you all assumed I'd be?" She winced just slightly. "That's not fair." "No," I said. "What's not fair is being cut out of this family for trying to survive." She looked over her shoulder, then leaned in. "Look, I'm just asking you as your sister. Please don't make this more uncomfortable than it already is. Go easy tonight." I almost laughed. This family insulted me before I said a word. I think I've been more than easy. Before she could respond, a voice called from the hallway. "Everyone inside, please. We've got a special presentation from the parents of the groom-to-be," someone announced. We walked back into the main room. The lights dimmed slightly, and a projector screen lit up against the far wall. Photos of Lucas and Jared flashed on the screen, their vacations, their apartment, a few childhood pictures thrown in for sentiment. Everyone clapped and laughed at the right moments. Then the next slide came up, and my heart stopped. There, in bold gold lettering over a photo of a check, the Reyes family contribution to the happy couple, $30,000 toward their dream wedding in Santorini. The room erupted in applause. I stood frozen, my pulse drumming. I didn't give them $30,000, but I did recognize the check because it had my name on it. The image wasn't zoomed in enough for most people to read the details, but I knew that signature. That check had come from my grant dispersal fund, a highly restricted pool tied to a private medical research endowment I'd been managing for 2 years. Every donation I made through that fund had to be tracked for transparency. I'd given several anonymous donations to various organizations over the years, including 1 month ago to a Reyes Family Community Initiative, which had been pitched to me as a small scholarship pool by my mother. And suddenly I knew. I turned toward her. She was sitting 2 rows ahead, clapping politely, looking proud like she deserved the applause. I pushed through the crowd and knelt next to her chair. "You said that donation was for a college access fund." She blinked innocently. "It was. Santorini isn't a college campus." She stiffened. "We thought it would reflect well on you if it came from your office. Lucas's in-laws know people in the foundation world. You used my name to fund a wedding." She hissed under her breath. "Keep your voice down. This isn't the time." "Actually," I said, standing up, my voice rising just enough to draw attention, "this might be exactly the time." My mom's eyes widened. Camila turned from across the room. Jared caught my gaze and looked instantly uneasy. I was trying so hard not to cause a scene. But then, Uncle Eduardo piped up from behind me, clearly drunk, clearly unaware. "Hey, you're the doc who gave the wedding money, right? Carmen said it was your way of buying your way back into the family." And just like that, the oxygen got sucked out of the room. Everyone turned. I looked at Carmen. She didn't even flinch, just sipped her wine like she hadn't dropped a match into gasoline. I took a deep breath and faced the crowd. "Just to clarify," I said, loud enough for everyone to hear, "that donation was made under false pretenses. I was told it was for educational access for underprivileged kids, not a luxury wedding package." Carmen scoffed. "Oh, please don't act like you're some victim. You weren't using that money anyway." "It's not my money," I said, my voice clipped. "It belongs to a medical grant fund, and using it for personal expenses could be considered fraud." There were murmurs now. Lucas looked panicked. Jared was gripping his chair like it was keeping him upright. My mom finally stood, trying to smooth things over. "Mateo, you're overreacting." She said it was a family gift. "It's not like you're hurting for cash." "That's not the point," I said. "You used my name and a restricted research fund to buy clout without asking me, without even telling me. And then you bragged about it on a projector screen." Camila stepped in. "This is Lucas's night." "No," I snapped. "This is the night all of you showed me exactly how little I matter to you. Except when I'm useful." The room was dead quiet. My heart thudded in my ears. And for the first time in years, maybe ever, I didn't feel small. I felt done. Done trying to earn their approval. Done being the scapegoat. Done being polite while they picked me apart. And that's when I saw it. Jared reaching for his phone again, face pale, eyes locked on something. He turned to Lucas and whispered something. Lucas's face went white. I don't know what Jared saw. Not yet. But I was about to find out. And I had a feeling it was going to change everything. You'd think after that kind of explosion, a public confrontation, a misuse of funds, a family exposed for lying, someone would have taken a step back, apologized, tried to smooth it over. But that's the thing about people like my family. They'd rather bury a truth than confront the shame of it. The music resumed after an awkward delay, softer now, like a background noise to the collective discomfort. A few people retreated outside with their drinks, avoiding eye contact as they whispered behind cocktail napkins. My mother sat down, stiff-backed and silent, as if I'd embarrassed her by reacting to being stolen from. Carmen, unbothered as always, made a show of reapplying her lipstick near the dessert table, still sipping like she was the queen of some broken kingdom. And Camila? Camila had vanished, probably into one of the back rooms of the house to regroup with Lucas and craft some strategy. I stood alone. No one came over, not even Jared, though I saw him arguing in hushed tones with Lucas near the bar, holding his phone, glancing at me every few seconds like he was working up the courage to say something, but couldn't quite figure out how. So I left. I didn't say goodbye. I didn't grab my coat. I walked out the front door into the warm night air, climbed into my rental car, and sat in the driver's seat with the door open, just breathing. The night chirped with crickets and the distant hum of highway traffic. The vineyard lights behind me sparkled like nothing had happened. But something had, and it broke something in me. I don't know how long I sat there, staring at the dashboard, trying not to let the weight of the evening settle on my chest like a stone. I wasn't angry. Not the kind of sharp, explosive fury that burns fast. I was tired. Bone deep, soul tired. I had spent years, trying to outgrow their judgment, hoping that if I just kept my head down, stayed quiet, worked hard, eventually they'd see me. Not as the family failure, not as the toilet scrubber, but as a man who had built something real, as someone worth respecting. Instead, they took what I built and used it like a coupon, cashed in on it like it was theirs. I checked my phone. No texts, no missed calls. No one noticed I left. No one cared. And that, more than anything, hurt. I drove to the small hotel I'd booked for the weekend. A modest place, nothing fancy, near the water. I checked in with the night clerk, who barely looked up, then walked into my room and sank onto the edge of the bed, still in my suit. I stared at my reflection in the mirror across the room. The way the tie looked so neat and composed, like it belonged to someone who had it all together. But inside I felt like a fraud, not because of what I'd done, but because deep down a part of me still wanted their approval. That was the real betrayal. I had told myself I didn't need them, that I didn't care. But tonight proved otherwise. Their words still landed. Their silence still stung. I loosened my tie and rubbed my eyes, exhaustion spreading like ink in water. But even as I slumped there, somewhere deep in that hollow ache, something began to flicker. Not anger, not revenge. Clarity. They had shown me who they were, and I had finally seen them, without filters, without nostalgia, without the heavy lens of family obligation. The veil had lifted. All the old illusions that maybe someday they'd apologize or come around, or admit they'd been wrong, were gone. I picked up my phone and opened the email archive I hadn't touched in months. There it was, the original proposal my mother had sent. A scanned document requesting a donation to the Reyes Family Opportunity Fund, allegedly registered to support first-gen Latino students pursuing science degrees. No tax ID, no formal nonprofit listed, just a routing number and a handwritten note. Mateo, this would mean the world to your little cousins. Love, Mom. I had wired the donation, assuming, hoping, that for once my contribution would go towards something good, something real. Instead, it funded a destination wedding for a cousin who once told me I looked like I'd smell like chlorine and ramen. I stared at the email for a long time, then started scrolling through my grant fund's transaction history, through copies of signed authorization forms, and then through legal documentation for the foundation I'd built during my fellowship, the one tied to my neurology work. My hands steadied, my mind cleared, and a new idea began to form. Not revenge. Not yet. That wasn't the goal. The goal was to protect what I'd built, to reclaim my name from the people who treated it like currency. I opened a private note on my phone and began to type, a timeline, names, amounts, everything. Because the next time they tried to lie about me, or to me, I wouldn't be the quiet, polite version of myself they were used to trampling. I would be the man who no longer let them write my story. The weeks after the reunion passed in a strange, almost surreal calm, like the stillness after a storm when you're not sure if it's truly over or if something else is still waiting to strike. But no second strike came. Not right away. In fact, I heard nothing from anyone in my family. Not a call, not a text, not even one of those passive-aggressive emoji-only messages my mom used to send whenever she wanted to guilt me into doing something. It was silence. And for once, it was exactly what I needed. I poured myself into my work. I had a lecture to give at a conference in Vancouver, followed by a panel appearance at a neuroplasticity symposium in Tokyo, then a consulting gig with a biotech startup in San Francisco that had been trying to recruit me for a year. I'd kept them at arm's length before, out of loyalty to my current team, but now I had no more room left for loyalty where it wasn't reciprocated. The new role paid triple, offered full autonomy, and included a private research wing they wanted me to lead. So I took it. I left Baltimore, packed up my little house, and moved into a brownstone in Pacific Heights with views of the bay and enough sunlight to make me believe in hope again. It wasn't flashy, still quiet, still humble, but it was mine. Every corner of it reflected the man I had become, not the boy my family pretended not to see. Every morning I walked to work past cafes and bookstores, feeling the weight that had lived on my shoulders for years slowly dissolve. There was no one looking over my shoulder, no one questioning my worth, no one dismissing me with a smirk or a joke. Only me, my name, my work, my choices, and people who finally respected them. One afternoon, about 3 months after the reunion, I was invited to deliver a keynote at a global neurology summit in Geneva. My team had recently published a breakthrough on early detection of CTE in athletes, and it was gaining traction fast. What started as a small study done in borrowed lab space now had funding, press, and real impact. The kind of work that mattered. After my presentation, a packed hall, standing ovation, photos with a few grad students who called me their career inspiration. I sat in the green room with a drink, answering a few messages. One in particular made me pause. It was from Jared. "Hey, we haven't talked since that night. I just wanted to say I'm sorry for everything. Lucas and I broke up." I blinked, reread it, then tapped out a reply. "Hope you're okay. That can't have been easy." A minute later, he lied to me a lot. "About your family. About you." I only figured it out after the honeymoon when I went through some of the invoices. The check from the fund wasn't the only thing misappropriated. And just like that, my fingers hovered over the screen, frozen again, because that word, misappropriated, wasn't a small word, especially not in the world I now lived in. That night, I couldn't sleep. Jared and I ended up talking on the phone for over 2 hours. He walked me through everything he'd found, from bank transfers under fake nonprofit names, to receipts for donations redirected to personal credit cards, to my own name being used again on emails I had never seen before. Apparently, Lucas and Carmen had been running a web of connections to make themselves appear connected to medical and academic donors, leveraging my reputation for their own social currency, all while mocking me behind my back. I thanked Jared, asked for copies. He sent them immediately, and suddenly, my quiet rise became something more. I wasn't just moving forward. I was stepping into power. Over the next 2 weeks, I built a file. I gathered emails, bank statements, messages, and documents. I consulted quietly with a legal advisor from my biotech firm, not about pressing charges, not yet, but about options, reputation protection, asset tracing, IRS red flags, fraud patterns. Turns out, when your name is tied to federal research grants, your integrity matters, and so does how others use it. I also filed a quiet report with the Office of Inspector General for one of the federal agencies connected to my previous grants. Just a tip, an anonymous concern about funds misused under false pretenses linked to people claiming to represent my work. They took it seriously, very seriously. Still, I didn't speak to my family. I didn't need to, because while they were still posting filtered photos of Camila's remodeled kitchen and Carmen's rooftop wine nights, I was shaking hands with Nobel laureates and writing grant proposals with budgets in the millions. My new lab published a paper that got picked up by Nature, and I was invited to be on the board of an organization that, ironically, funds real educational opportunities for underprivileged youth, the kind my family used as a cover story for theft. I also started writing. Nothing public, just a memoir, a personal journal of sorts. I called it The Shadow You Carry, after something one of my professors once told me. Everyone carries a shadow. It's how you use it that defines you. Mine had grown with me, but I was no longer afraid of it. One day, I got a message from a former neighbor back home. "Hey Mateo, not sure if you saw, but there was a story on the local news. Something about fraudulent wedding fund donations under federal review. Sounded familiar? Just thought you'd want to know." And that was the moment I realized something else. I hadn't even started my revenge. Not truly. Everything so far had just been me reclaiming what was mine. But now they'd feel what it was like to lose something, to have their story rewritten. And I hadn't even turned the page yet. Power doesn't always come with a title or a spotlight. Sometimes it arrives quietly, in access, in silence, in the right person picking up the phone when you call. And by the time autumn rolled around, I had all of that and more. After the anonymous tip I sent in, the inquiry around the Reyes Family Opportunity Fund picked up traction faster than I expected. Apparently, I wasn't the only donor who'd been misled. An elderly professor from UCLA had also contributed a small grant for STEM outreach, only to later discover that the listed nonprofit didn't exist in the IRS database. The moment he saw the name Reyes connected to it, he filed a formal complaint. His assistant, it turned out, had also seen my name on the website for the fund, the one I didn't know existed, and assumed I was involved. My signature was displayed on the site. A quote I never said. A photo from a conference I'd never given permission to use. It was the spark. By November, Federal agents were requesting interviews. The fund, once believed to be a scholarship initiative, was now being investigated as a potential shell used for laundering personal expenses under the guise of philanthropy, including luxury travel, home renovations, and yes, the wedding. And my name was on every page of it. That alone could have ended my career if I hadn't gotten ahead of it. I scheduled a private meeting with my legal counsel and the compliance officer at my biotech firm. We submitted a public clarification, distancing my foundation from the fraudulent activity, complete with documentation, copies of emails, and notarized records proving I'd been misled. The press release was brief but clear. Dr. Mateo Reyes is not affiliated with the Reyes Family Opportunity Fund and has taken legal steps to disassociate from any misrepresentation of his name, reputation, or work. The message was heard loud and clear. And then the real shift happened. One morning, I was sipping coffee in the garden patio of a San Francisco cafe when I got a call from Sofia Calderon, an old colleague from a think tank in D.C., now working as a political advisor for a federal oversight committee. "Mateo," she said, "you've got friends in high places now." I raised an eyebrow. "Should I be concerned?" "Depends," she said, amused. "You ever think about serving on an ethics review board?" "Federal, possibly." She explained they were looking for someone outside the traditional academic circles. Someone who understood the inner workings of research, but who had also seen firsthand how easy it was for names to be used, twisted, and abused for gain. Someone with credibility. And, let's be honest, a compelling personal story. It wasn't just an offer. It was an opportunity to rewrite the rules, and to do it from the inside. I said yes. 2 months later, I was formally inducted as an advisory consultant for a subcommittee on nonprofit accountability and scientific research. I was no longer just reacting to what had been done to me. I was shaping how things would be done moving forward, quietly, efficiently, with the kind of power that doesn't need noise to be effective. And still, my family had no idea. No clue that I now had access to the people reviewing their case. No idea that the committee assigned to investigate charitable fraud in the Western U.S. had just added another layer of scrutiny to their review, prompted by new evidence I supplied legally, ethically, through the proper channels. I wasn't manipulating the system. I was the system. Meanwhile, back home, things were starting to crack. Carmen's real estate business had slowed to a crawl after a local paper published a curious article about socialite donors misusing community funds. No names were mentioned, but locals could read between the lines. My mother's weekly wine and charity brunches stopped showing up on Instagram. Camila's husband was suddenly facing tax audits, with several shared accounts flagged for non-disclosed external donations. They tried to pretend it was coincidence, bad luck, bureaucracy. But I knew the truth. They had been using me like a golden goose, leveraging my name and achievements to open doors, get funding, and look important in circles they didn't belong to. And now those same doors were closing, and I hadn't even spoken to them yet. I was still the ghost they thought they could control. Still silent, still watching. But behind the scenes, the web I'd spun was tightening. And then came the final puzzle piece. Jared called me again. He sounded nervous, like someone calling from a confession booth. "I didn't tell you everything," he said. I leaned back in my chair. "Go on." I found a shared Dropbox folder. Lucas had saved everything. Notes, emails, voice memos. They were planning a pitch to a tech investor under your name. Like, they literally created a deck that said "in partnership with Dr. Reyes" at the top. I felt my stomach turn, but I didn't speak. "I'm emailing it to you now," Jared continued. "It even has fake quotes, something about bringing neurological diagnostics into the hands of underserved schools. They wanted to start a fake startup and funnel donations into it. Lucas said you'd never find out." The email hit my inbox as we spoke. It was all there. An entire business venture built on lies. A pitch full of buzzwords they didn't understand, with my face on the front page. Even worse, the draft listed several friends of mine as supposed technical advisors, none of whom had any idea they were being included. I thanked Jared, hung up, and sat in silence for a while. Then I called my lawyer. We had enough now. Enough to prove not just theft, but identity fraud, reputational damage, and financial misrepresentation. And I wasn't going to shout it. I was going to show it quietly, publicly, legally, one strike at a time. Started, fittingly, with a letter. Not a dramatic confrontation, not a teary phone call, just a simple cream-colored envelope that arrived by certified mail at my mother's house in Escondido. Hand-delivered and signed for by the housekeeper who, according to a source I won't name, handed it to her while she was outside pruning her roses, still dressed in her Sunday brunch blouse. Inside was a cease and desist. It was worded plainly but precisely. My legal team had spent days drafting it. Every sentence vetted, every comma carrying quiet weight. It laid out the following: that the Reyes Family Opportunity Fund had used my name, likeness, and academic credentials without my consent. That continued use would result in civil litigation. That I had the legal right to demand the return of all donated funds attributed to my identity. And most importantly, that the matter had already been referred to federal investigators. No bluffs, no threats, just facts, and the understanding that it was only the beginning. That same week, Uncle Eduardo received a similar envelope. So did Aunt Carmen. Camila's husband got one from the IRS directly. A notice of audit related to undisclosed income tied to donor partnerships flagged under her LLC. They all started calling each other, trying to figure out what had gone wrong. They must have suspected I was involved, but they had no proof because I still hadn't spoken a single word to them. I just let the system do the talking. Within days, the website for the Reyes Family Opportunity Fund was pulled offline. Social media pages were deleted. A cached version of the site, which I'd already archived, still lived in the hands of investigators. But the digital facade began to crumble. Then came the blow they never saw coming: the article. A piece dropped in the Chronicle of Philanthropy, written by a journalist I had worked with before on an unrelated medical feature. She'd followed the story after the Compliance Advisory Board flagged it as a case study in reputational exploitation. The headline was clean, professional, and brutal. When family isn't safe. The hidden cost of name misuse in nonprofit fraud. It didn't mention names, but it didn't have to. The article detailed how one researcher's identity had been used to create a fake nonprofit, funneling grant funds into a luxury wedding and other personal expenses. It outlined how easily academic credentials could be manipulated online, how reputations could be weaponized, and how the fallout was spreading through a prominent Southern California family like a crack in glass. The story hit #1 on the site by that evening. 2 days later, an industry watchdog group issued a statement of support, naming me directly and condemning familial manipulation of philanthropic channels. A handful of donors who'd once worked with Carmen quietly severed ties. Her real estate partners pulled out of a joint venture in Encinitas. Her name, once a staple on regional nonprofit boards, was suddenly scrubbed from the websites of 2 major foundations. But the most satisfying moment came from Jared. He texted me a screenshot from Camila's private Facebook group, the one she'd used for years to post family photos, passive-aggressive quotes, and humble brags disguised as gratitude. The message posted by her that morning read, "Due to recent developments, I've decided to take a step back from social media. Please respect our family's privacy during this time. We are focusing on healing and moving forward." Healing. After years of exclusion, insults, and exploitation, they were the ones asking for healing. I almost felt something. Almost. But then I remembered the look on Carmen's face when she called me a toilet scrubber. The way Camila had tried to shrink me, even when I stood taller than I ever had. The way my mother, my own mother, had nodded and smiled through it all, only speaking up when it threatened her image. So no, I didn't feel sorry. I felt clean. And I wasn't done. A week later, I donated $50,000 anonymously to a legitimate fund for first-generation Latino students in California. I worked with them directly, advising on how to properly structure their grant applications and build visibility without exploiting any names. They asked me to give a speech at their annual gala. I agreed, but I didn't talk about revenge. I talked about resilience, about how family isn't defined by blood, but by who shows up when no one else does. About how silence isn't weakness, sometimes it's strategy. And when the night ended and people clapped, not one of them knew the full story. Not one of them needed to, because revenge, when done right, doesn't need applause. Just results. And I had them. The fallout was slow. Not explosive, but suffocating, like a leak in a tire that no one noticed until the car was skidding on rims. One by one, the pillars my family leaned on for their reputations began to buckle. Aunt Carmen was the first to publicly crack. Her brokerage quietly dissolved after her two largest clients, both longtime philanthropic donors, pulled their listings. Turns out they weren't comfortable being associated with someone under ethical review. She tried to pivot into social media consulting next, but a few screenshots from the investigation kept surfacing in the comments, and the algorithm didn't forgive. Camila fared worse. Her husband, already under pressure from the IRS, was hit with a $40,000 penalty for unreported funds. In the audit findings, it turned out some of the donations were being redirected to an offshore account under her maiden name. They weren't criminal charges, not yet, but enough to make them liquidate their second property and pull their kids from private school. I heard from Jared that she begged their church friends for help with tuition. My mother didn't speak to me at all. Not even when investigators reached out to her for questioning. Not when the church quietly removed her from the planning committee for the community food drive. Not even when her neighborhood newsletter ran a little blurb about the importance of transparency in family-led foundations with a suspiciously familiar story attached. But what hurt her most wasn't the public embarrassment. It was that I didn't show up. When my cousin gave birth, I wasn't invited. When Thanksgiving came, I sent nothing. When Christmas rolled around, I declined the card she sent late, unopened, with, "We miss you. Love, Mom," scribbled in shaky handwriting that once meant everything to me. I didn't miss them. Not anymore. Instead, I spent the holidays with my new community. Friends, mentors, and colleagues who had become more family to me than blood ever had. We toasted to the year's victories, big and small. We celebrated new research grants and new beginnings. There were no backhanded compliments. No manipulation masked as love. Just peace. Earned peace. And then, in late January, I received one final message. A handwritten letter from my mother. The envelope had no return address. "Mateo, we didn't know what we were doing. We thought we deserved a piece of you because we made you, because we felt entitled. I see now how wrong that was. I know you won't forgive me. I wouldn't if I were you, but I needed you to know. I'm sorry for everything. I really am. Love, Mom." I folded the letter neatly, placed it in a drawer, and closed it without another thought. Because she was wrong. They didn't make me. They just left me and I made myself. Now on to the next story. Story 6. My name's Caleb. I'm 32, and up until last year, I thought my family was complicated but manageable. I never imagined I'd be sitting at our annual Christmas Eve dinner, sipping from a glass of red wine, while my brother declared himself the new head of the family, like we were characters in some low-budget mafia movie. It's hard to explain the dynamic in our house without sounding like I'm exaggerating. But here's the thing. If you've ever had a sibling who was the golden child and a parent who enabled that fantasy long past childhood, you'll understand exactly what I mean. We were sitting in my mother's dining room, the same house I grew up in, still filled with knickknacks from when my parents actually liked each other. My father had passed away in May. Sudden stroke, no warning. One moment, he was telling me about a weird clicking noise in the garage. The next, I was standing in a hospital hallway, watching the color drain from my mother's face. Grief didn't hit her the way it hit me. Or maybe it did, and she just buried it behind that ice-cold composure she perfected over the years. Either way, she barely looked at me for the rest of the summer. The months following his death had been a blur of paperwork, memorial planning, estate meetings, and long silences. The kind where your phone rings and you stare at it for a second, hoping it's someone who will talk about anything but family. That rarely happened. Instead, I got a barrage of texts from my older brother, Adam, who, despite being 3 years my senior, still acted like a frat boy who'd been handed the keys to a kingdom he didn't earn. He lived 2 towns over in a house my dad had helped him buy with his wife Mara and their twin boys. My sister Chloe lived closer, just 10 minutes down the road in a condo she couldn't afford without Mom's occasional help. I lived in the city about an hour away and worked in mergers and acquisitions. Not the most glamorous job, but it paid well and I kept to myself. Dad and I had always had a quiet understanding. He respected my boundaries, and I never pushed too hard when it came to the family drama he constantly tried to buffer me from. After Dad passed, I noticed something start to shift. Subtle at first. A group text would go out, but I'd get it hours late. A dinner would be planned and accidentally not include me. My mother started referring to Adam as your father's rock, even though I was the one who had driven her to every single legal appointment that summer. Chloe began acting like Adam had single-handedly held the family together during the funeral, even though he'd shown up late and forgotten to bring the slideshow I'd made. But I kept my mouth shut, not because I was weak, but because I was patient. That's something Dad taught me early on. When people show you what they think of you, don't argue, he once said. Just take note and plan accordingly. What they still didn't know that Christmas Eve, was that my father and I had had a conversation. Several, actually. Starting 2 years before his death, when he'd begun quietly moving his assets and reshaping the family trust. I never asked him to. In fact, I was uncomfortable when he first brought it up. I told him I didn't want to be involved in family politics. His reply was simple. You're the only one I trust not to waste it. I thought he was exaggerating. He wasn't. The day he signed the last set of papers, January 1st of that year, he sent me a message. It's done. Whatever happens, you'll know what to do. I didn't really understand what that meant until tonight. We were halfway through dinner. My mom had made her usual overcooked ham. Adam brought a smug bottle of Merlot he couldn't pronounce. And Chloe arrived wearing one of those scarves that look expensive. But you know she got it at a discount boutique and removed the tags. It was the first Christmas without Dad. But no one mentioned him. At least not until Adam stood up, cleared his throat, and said the words that would start the unraveling of everything. So, I figured now's a good time to just put it out there, he began, raising his glass. Since Dad's gone, I think it makes sense that I take over the estate. Manage things, keep it all running smoothly. Chloe giggled like she was at a wedding toast. To the new head of the family, she said, lifting her glass and clinking it against Adam's. I stayed silent. Mom didn't even flinch. She just nodded, reached for a piece of bread, and added, It's only right. You've always been the responsible one. That one cut deep. Not because it was true, it wasn't, but because it wasn't even close to true, and she knew it. Adam had dropped out of 2 colleges, crashed 3 cars my parents paid for, and had borrowed more money than I could count. But somehow he'd always been their pride and joy. I could feel my face heating up, but I didn't say anything. Not yet. I just reached down, slid my laptop bag out from under the chair, and unzipped it slowly. I could sense their eyes shift toward me. A flicker of confusion from Chloe. A smirk from Adam. Caleb, my mom said, her tone warning. Let's not turn this into something dramatic. I opened the laptop, clicked a folder, opened a PDF. My heart was pounding, but my voice was steady when I spoke. That's weird, I said, spinning the screen around. Because according to this, I own everything starting January 1st. I didn't raise my voice. I didn't have to. For a second, no one spoke. Not a single fork clinked against a plate. My brother's face drained of color faster than wine spilling across a tablecloth. Chloe froze mid-sip. My mother's hand hovered in the air, that piece of bread still untouched. What is this? Adam asked, his voice suddenly sharp. Dad's final amendments, I said simply. The ones he filed with the family attorney last year. Everything, the house, the trust, the vacation property, the residuals, transfers to me fully, irrevocably. My mom blinked. That's not possible. It is, I said. I have the paperwork, the recorded conversation, the notarized documents. Would you like to see the timestamp? You're lying, Adam snapped. Dad would never do that to us. He told me. He promised I'd take over everything. I didn't respond. I just kept the laptop turned toward them. And that's when Chloe stood up, her voice trembling. This is some kind of joke, right? You're just trying to mess with us. This isn't real. I looked her in the eye for the first time that night. He trusted me because I never asked for anything. Because I never lied to him. Because when he was sick last year, I was the only one who showed up. My mom opened her mouth to protest. But I wasn't done. I was the one who drove him to appointments, who sat in that freezing waiting room for hours, who got the call at 2 a.m. and stayed with him all night in the ER. You were all too busy. Adam looked like he wanted to throw something. Instead, he slammed his hand against the table. This is bullshit. My mom cut in automatically. Old habits die hard. There was a storm brewing in the room. Years of resentment buried under fake holiday cheer and wine-soaked toasts rising like floodwater. And I had just cracked the dam open. But I wasn't finished yet. Not even close. That's when I reached for the second folder in my bag. The one labeled transition plan. I placed it on the table, slid it slowly toward my mother, and said, "Starting January 1st, we're doing things a little differently." She didn't reach for the folder. No one moved. It just sat there between us, thick with consequences. My mother stared at it like it might bite her. Her perfectly set expression had started to crack. You know the kind, the cold, controlled mask of a woman who built her entire world around appearances, around having the perfect family, even if that meant ignoring every crack in the foundation. Now the cracks were all she could see. "Caleb," she said finally, her voice low and clipped, "we're grieving. This isn't the time to be." "This is exactly the time," I interrupted calmly but firmly. "You didn't let me speak at the funeral. You didn't even tell me when you started packing up his study. You've all been acting like I was a footnote in his life when in reality I was the one he trusted to carry on his legacy." Adam's chair screeched as he shoved it back and stood. His hands were clenched at his sides, his face flushed with fury and confusion. "You always thought you were better than us," he spat. "Just because you moved to the city and got some fancy job. You were never here. You never did anything for this family." I blinked slowly. "I wasn't here, Adam. I was the one who paid off Dad's medical debt when the insurance refused to cover half the treatments. I didn't tell anyone because I didn't need credit. I just wanted him to be okay." Chloe shifted uncomfortably in her seat, suddenly very interested in the condensation on her wine glass. She hadn't said much, not since realizing this wasn't a prank. I turned to her next. "And you, Chloe, you took a trip to the Maldives while Dad was in the ICU. You posted beach pictures the same day we almost lost him. And when I texted you to come say goodbye, you left me on read for 6 hours and replied with a heart emoji." Her mouth opened, but she didn't speak. She just shook her head as if trying to rewind the moment, to pretend it hadn't happened. I took a deep breath and stood up slowly, adjusting the sleeve of my blazer. My voice was calm, almost too calm, like I'd rehearsed this 1,000 times. And maybe I had, in my head, every night since June. "I didn't want it to be this way," I said. "But Dad knew how things would play out. He warned me. He told me exactly what you'd do. That you'd try to erase him the moment he wasn't here to stop you. That Adam would waltz in and claim the house like a prince inheriting a throne." I gestured to the folder again. "This is the legal plan. Effective January 1st, I'm taking over all decisions regarding the estate, financial and otherwise. The accounts will consolidate under a single signature, mine. The house, the lake property, the trust funds, everything. That includes the distribution schedule." Adam's brows furrowed. "What does that mean?" "It means," I said, watching the words land like slow-motion wreckage, "that the monthly allowances you've all grown comfortable with, they're being reviewed. Dad didn't want his hard-earned money funneled into bottomless pits. He wanted it to build something, to matter." Chloe sat up straighter, her eyes wide. "Wait, you're cutting us off?" "No," I replied. "I'm setting expectations. Starting now. If you want support from the estate, you'll need to show how it's being used. School, business ventures, medical expenses, all valid. But if you're expecting money for spa weekends or your husband's third failed crypto startup, I wouldn't count on it. That broke the dam." "You're punishing us," my mom snapped, finally coming to life. "How dare you? This family has always been about supporting one another. That was your father's value." I turned to her and for the first time in years, really looked at her. Not as my mother, but as a woman who had chosen sides long ago and pretended not to notice the wreckage. Then maybe he got tired of supporting people who never supported him back, I said softly. Her face went pale. Dad told me about the year Adam almost lost the house. How he covered it up so you wouldn't be embarrassed at the garden club. He told me about the loans Chloe never repaid. And he told me about the account he opened in my name the day I graduated college. The one he kept adding to, even when he stopped paying for Adam's legal messes. Chloe's hand flew to her mouth. What account? I met her eyes. Exactly. My mom sank back in her chair like the air had been knocked out of her. Adam was still standing, stunned into silence. For a moment, the only sound in the room was the hum of the old radiator in the corner. The same one Dad used to joke about replacing every year, but never did. I gathered my things slowly, slipping the laptop back into its bag and tucking the folder under my arm. I'm not trying to destroy this family, I said, quieter now. But I am done pretending everything's fine. I'm done playing along with your stories about who was responsible and who wasn't. Dad saw what was really happening. He saw through all of it, and he made a choice. I walked toward the door, pausing beside the family portrait still hanging crookedly in the hallway. We'd taken it 10 years ago. Everyone was smiling, but even then, I remember the way my father's hand rested on my shoulder. A subtle but unmistakable sign of where his trust truly lay. I'll be in touch before the new year, I said, turning back one last time. You should read the folder. There are some things you'll want to prepare for. And with that, I stepped into the cold night air, the sound of the door clicking shut behind me. Inside, the silence exploded. I didn't go straight home. Instead, I drove. No destination, no music, just the dull hum of the engine and the weight of everything that had just happened pressing down on my chest. The roads were nearly empty, just patches of frost on the asphalt and distant glows of Christmas lights blinking like nothing had changed. Like somewhere families were still laughing over dessert, exchanging gifts, and watching holiday movies in fleece pajamas. But in that old house, the one I used to call home, something had broken. And part of me wondered if it was always meant to. I stopped at an all-night diner on the edge of town. The kind with cracked leather booths and a jukebox that hasn't worked since 2004. The waitress didn't recognize me, which was perfect. I ordered a black coffee and just sat there staring at my reflection in the window, the faint smear of condensation trailing down the glass. My phone buzzed once, then again, then 4 more times in the next 10 minutes. I didn't even have to look to know who it was. I let it sit on the table face down, the vibration a soft, persistent reminder that the fire I just lit was spreading. I thought I'd feel vindicated. I thought, finally, they'll see me for who I've always been. Not the afterthought, not the one they call when something breaks. The son Dad trusted most. But all I felt was a hollow ache in the pit of my stomach. Not guilt, no, I'd done nothing wrong, but something closer to mourning. Not for Dad. I'd already mourned him. This was different. This was mourning the idea of a family that had only ever existed in my head. Back at the house, I sat in the car for almost 20 minutes before going inside. I kept thinking about Adam's face when I said the words, I own everything. The disbelief, the rage, the wounded pride. He hadn't expected it because he'd never had to expect consequences. For his entire life, the world bent for him. And when it didn't, he threw tantrums until someone, usually Dad, cleaned up the mess. This time, no one was coming to save him. It wasn't until the next morning that the full storm hit. I woke to 37 unread messages. First was Adam, you're a snake. A selfish, conniving, ungrateful snake. Dad would be ashamed. Then Chloe. This isn't you, Caleb. I don't know what happened, but we're family. You can't just take everything away from us. And finally, from my mother, you have made your point. Now, please stop this before you destroy what little we have left. No one asked why Dad made the decisions he did. No one asked if I was okay. No one even tried to apologize. Just demands, accusations, emotional blackmail, and veiled threats wrapped in faux concern. At 10:32 a.m., I got a call from Mr. Brightman, Dad's lawyer. Morning, Caleb. Hope you managed to sleep a little. Barely? I muttered, pinching the bridge of my nose. He sighed, the kind of weary, knowing sigh only someone who's dealt with decades of entitled family clients can produce. I figured. I've had 3 voicemails already from your brother, 1 from your sister, and of course your mother has requested an emergency review of the estate documents. I almost laughed. Let me guess. She thinks Dad was coerced. That, or that he was confused, which, given the extensive documentation, witness statements, and notarized footage of the signing, won't go far. We talked logistics. The transition was legally airtight. Starting January 1st, I'd be the primary executive and trustee. The house mine. The lake property also mine. Liquid assets, stock portfolios, rental incomes, all under my discretion. My father had spent the last 2 years preparing it all, shielding the estate from misuse while quietly building a firewall between his wishes and the people who would try to twist them. After we hung up, I sat there in my kitchen, the sun streaming weakly through the frosted windows, thinking about what came next. I knew I had the legal upper hand. But this wasn't just about contracts. This was about power, about control, about rewriting the story of who this family thought I was. At 2:17 p.m., my doorbell rang. I didn't answer at first, just watched from the upstairs window. It was Chloe, arms folded, pacing. Her car was still running. Probably didn't even plan to stay long. Just drop in, deliver a guilt trip, make herself the victim again. Classic Chloe. Against my better judgment, I opened the door. She smiled, or tried to. It was brittle, tight at the corners. Hey, can I come in? I stepped aside. She walked in like she owned the place, scanning the hallway like she was cataloging the furniture, like she expected to find something that would prove I didn't deserve this. So, she said, perching on the edge of the couch, Adam's a mess. I didn't respond. She looked up. He thinks you're going to kick Mom out of the house. I raised an eyebrow. Did I say that? No, but it's what he would do if the roles were reversed. Silence. Then she shrugged. Maybe, but it's Mom's house. I mean, she's still grieving. She grieved more for the damn cat than for Dad. I snapped before I could stop myself. Chloe blinked, caught off guard. I sighed softer now. He was in pain, Chloe, and she just drifted. Wouldn't sit with him. Wouldn't help him eat. I was the one who stayed up with him at 3 a.m. when the meds made him hallucinate. I was the one who changed his sheets when I stopped myself. She couldn't even look at him. Chloe looked down at her hands. Her voice was small. I didn't know. No, you didn't ask. Another long silence. I just don't want things to fall apart, she whispered. We're all we have. I walked to the kitchen, poured 2 glasses of water, and handed her one. No, I said quietly. We're all we choose to have. She took the glass but didn't drink. So what happens now? And that's when I gave her the first real look at the new order. I'm not evicting anyone, I said. But there will be boundaries and expectations. The money is going where Dad intended it to, not into vanity projects and spa days. You and Adam are going to need to learn how to stand on your own. She swallowed hard. He's not going to take this well. Good, I said. Because for the first time in his life he has to. Then I reached for a second envelope on the side table, one I prepared the night before, sealed and initialed. I handed it to her. What's this? An option, I said. For you. Read it later. Just know it's your choice how this plays out. She stared at it, confused. And if I don't like it? I met her gaze, steady and unblinking. Then you'll find out what it feels like to be on the other side of the glass. She left without saying much after that, slipping the envelope into her purse like it was something fragile and radioactive at the same time. I watched her drive off from my front porch, the wind biting through my sweater, her car shrinking into the gray winter afternoon. I didn't expect her to understand, not right away. But I hoped maybe, just maybe, she'd read the letter carefully, that it would settle in her gut like truth usually does. Slowly, then all at once. The letter wasn't a threat. It was a lifeline. I had included an outline for a new trust, one she could be part of, not as a beneficiary with a blank check, but as a co-investor. I had taken a portion of the inheritance Dad left and earmarked it for a joint venture. A community center in the city where we grew up. Something he'd always talked about building, but never got the chance to. I didn't want the money just sitting in bonds and real estate portfolios. I wanted it to mean something, but that would only happen if they were willing to change, to contribute, to grow. And I was done waiting for them to make the first move. By the end of that week, the temperature dropped and the first snow of the season finally came. I was in the middle of reorganizing my files when I got the email. Subject: formal notice, estate objection filed. Adam had done it. He'd gone full scorched earth. I wasn't surprised. His ego had always been louder than his common sense. But I didn't expect him to go behind my back and try to convince the court that Dad had been mentally compromised when signing the final documents. He'd even dug up an old voicemail Dad left him during a medication haze, hoping to pass it off as proof. Mr. Brightman called me immediately. He doesn't have a case, Caleb. The documentation is airtight. Multiple doctors signed off on your father's mental capacity when the amendments were made. We have recordings, witnesses, a digital trail a mile long. This is desperation. But desperation has a funny way of turning into damage. Even if I won, and the process would drag us all through months of court dates, legal fees, and ugly headlines. And I knew Adam didn't care. He just wanted to burn something down if he couldn't sit on the throne. What he didn't know was that I had already prepared for this, too. A week later, I filed a countermotion not just to affirm the trust's legitimacy, but to freeze all current disbursements to Adam and Chloe during litigation. Chloe called me in tears the next morning. "He's out of his mind," she whispered. "He said if I don't support him in court, he'll go after me next." "Do you want to be tied to his fallout?" I asked. "Or do you want to build something better?" "I don't know anymore," she said. "I just want it to stop." That same night, my mother showed up at my apartment unannounced. She looked thinner than usual, her coat too big for her shoulders, her lipstick carefully applied but cracked at the corners. She held a casserole dish in one hand like she thought we could pretend everything was normal. "Can I come in?" she asked. I stepped aside without saying a word. She placed the casserole on the counter, then looked around, taking in the neat shelves, the framed photo of Dad and me fishing when I was 8, the simple calm of the space. She looked like she was searching for something to criticize and came up empty. "You always did keep a clean place," she said softly. I stayed quiet. She finally turned to face me. "Adam's angry, scared. He's not built for this kind of thing." I gave her a hard look. "And I am." She flinched. "I didn't mean it like that." "You meant it exactly like that. You always have." She looked away. "I was there when he passed away. I said you were too busy sorting through insurance paperwork to sit with him. You sent me in to tell him the latest test results because you couldn't handle it. And now you want to tell me who's strong enough to lead this family." A silence stretched between us, tight and raw. "I failed him," she said suddenly. "I know that." I didn't say anything. She took a deep breath. "You're angry, rightfully so. But Caleb, you need to understand something. I was afraid. Afraid of watching the only man I ever trusted waste away in front of me. I thought if I kept things running, if I stayed busy, I wouldn't fall apart. I believed her. Or at least I believed that she believed herself. I'm not trying to destroy anyone," I said. "But I won't enable the same cycle anymore. Not for Adam. Not for Chloe. Not for you." She nodded slowly. Then, without a word, she reached into her purse and handed me something. A faded envelope, sealed and yellowed with age. "What is it?" "A letter," she said. "Your father wrote it. I never read it. He said it was for you." I sat down on the couch, the envelope heavy in my hands. I waited until she left before I opened it. Inside was a single page, handwritten in Dad's messy scroll. "Caleb, if you're reading this, it means I'm gone. I wish I could have had this conversation with you face to face. But some things are easier said on paper. You've always been my quiet strength. You never asked for anything, but you gave more than anyone realized. I saw how they treated you, how they overlooked you, and it broke my heart. That's why I made the decisions I did. Not to punish them, but to protect you, to protect what matters. This family will fight you. They'll try to twist it, but don't lose yourself in the noise. You know who you are, and I know what you're capable of. Build something better. I love you, son. Always. Dad. I don't cry easily, but I did. That night, I sat on the couch, the letter trembling in my hands, tears finally spilling after months of holding everything in like a dam threatening to crack. It wasn't just grief. It was release. It was permission. I wasn't the spare. I wasn't the afterthought. I was the one he trusted to finish the job. Months passed. The court sided with me unanimously. Adam's objection was dismissed with prejudice. Chloe withdrew her support from his motion and signed onto the community center project, and she started coming by once a week to help with the planning. For the first time in years, we really talked. She apologized for the way she'd ignored me growing up, for laughing at Adam's jokes when they were aimed at me, for letting Mom's favoritism define our roles. I forgave her eventually. Adam, on the other hand, moved out of his house after it was foreclosed. Mara filed for separation. Last I heard, he was living in a rental an hour outside the city and working sales at a car dealership. He still hasn't spoken to me, and maybe that's for the best. Mom sold the old house, not by force but by choice. She moved into a smaller condo closer to the city. She visits now and then, mostly on Sundays, and she brings actual food instead of frozen casseroles. She still has moments where the mask slips back on, but they're fewer. She's learning to be a person instead of just a matriarch. As for me, I funded the construction of the Marcus Reed Community Center, named after my father, in the heart of the neighborhood where he grew up. We opened its doors last week. Free tutoring programs, financial literacy workshops, job training, a small clinic, the kind of place he would have walked into and stayed all day just to listen to people talk. I stood at the front on opening day, looking out at a crowd of over 100 people. Chloe stood beside me, smiling through tears. Mom sat in the front row, and I realized this wasn't revenge. It was restoration. For everything they tried to take, I gave something back. Not to them, but to the world Dad believed in. And in doing that, I found peace not in owning everything, but in building something that finally meant everything. That's what being head of the family really meant. And I was ready. We have reached the end. If you enjoyed this video, please be sure to like and subscribe to the channel for more videos like this, and give us your thoughts about the stories in the comments section. Thank you and see you in the next video.